1, 2, 1, 2. Can y'all hear me now? Peace. Is it sound now? All right. Yeah, I got this new program now, so it takes a minute. Make sure we got the brothers in here: Magnetic, Asiatic Forever, Divine Truth, Jasim, Carmen's Lonely, Mr. Green One, SW, Word 60, Sincere Born Asiatic, Divine Truth, Smell Goods, God Cypher Divine, Teran Reed. Yeah. Waiting for a couple more people from the What Did I Miss crew to get in here. Got Knowledge a Lot, Asiatic Mathematics, Wordsmith. So we see if I can get this set up. Gotta let me get this link up. But we can start getting to it though. How y'all drawing this up? Right here. $196,940,000 square miles. See, this one right here is good because the brothers on the 1 and 10 and the brothers on the 1 and 40 get some. That's the link right there for anybody to join up on the live stream. I'm about to get myself in the room right now.
It's 10 o'clock.
Let me see some. What's happening? All right. Taking me a minute to get set up. Whoa. Anybody else? Oh. Having problems with the sound over here. I'm trying to fix. All right. One, two. What's going on with this mic? Might have to take my screen out or something. It's something, right? All right. Yeah. It sounds crazy. Sound crazy that wasn't it wasn't crazy last night. All right, hold on. I gotta take myself out. Yeah, I gotta take myself out of the picture for a minute. I gotta take myself out of the picture for a minute. That's getting too crazy. So we got right here, from a math standpoint, 196,940,000 borns wisdom born, which borns knowledge, all being born the wisdom of the culture. Zip to the fourth degree in the 1 to 10, said numbers also borns culture original people. Wait a minute, what? Zip to the fourth degree in the 1 to 10, said numbers which also borns culture / org population. You got too many shortcuts in there. I can't understand that. Divine Truth said, from knowledge to born, completing the cipher with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and the power of the black man, which born our culture, our God, which is our way of life. Peace came in. 793rd. Oh, wait. There's no sound again? Yeah. All right, yeah, that's what I thought. So that's the anybody else? Anybody else wanted to chime in on making the 196,940,000 walk and talk? The Bart says she, Earth, is made born of her nature through the wisdom of this truth, building her up to her full equality, ability to destroy in the 1 to 40. Jasim said, make knowledge born equality to born a culture cipher. Word 60 said, 196,940,000 perfectly born's wisdom, the black woman. Now we always gotta apply this, right? L. Lowry, peace. We gotta apply this even though this is square miles. It says original man knows every square inch of the planet Earth. right? So what does that mean? That means in the world that we dealing with, we know all the science that's going on. And when I say the world that we dealing with, I mean each individual cipher. Remember, the planet Earth is what we base our history on. Our actual activities, what we living out. And see certain things, what it's telling you, right? We don't want to jump the gun on tomorrow, but for those who know, right? Those who know, what do you break down the 196,940,000 square miles to? The 196,940,000, D. Christian right here says, also describes the complexity of her nature, every square inch, land and water. So you break it down into land and water, like you said, the complexity and the nature of every world that we dealing with. See, this one right here, this is a lesson for the black man and the black woman. Because see, once we break down the water, we get 4 bodies, right? 4 main bodies. But then what about break down the land? See, we going into all the levels of it. When you break down the land, remember you got the useful land, you got the deserts, you got the hills and mountains, and you got the ice cap land. Now think about that, right? In every world that you're going into, from highest to lowest, which part of that world is going to be useful? Which part of that world has very little wisdom? Which part of that world is going to be trials and tribulations? And which part of that world you may have to freeze out? So see, like I said, a lot of times we skip over these degrees. And us as the black man, and as the black woman, it is. You understand what I'm saying? And how much is dealing with the planet Earth. See, like I said, when we don't let her know that all this right here is in there, for her to know about herself, But like I said, it tells you for the knowledge degree that our history is based on that planet too. The Christian said don't want to deal with that ice cap in her nature. You know, that's another way to walk and talk. That's another way to make that degree walk and talk. You know, I didn't want to get y'all started because you know where y'all go with it. You understand what I'm saying though? When you deal with the totality of the science, this is one of the ways, man, that, you know, we constantly being robbed of our resources as original people. Is that when we say that it's science to everything, like say you say, you know, the original woman, right? She's the health, right? Listen, some of these pharmaceutical companies right now is selling formulas that when they went amongst the original people, this is what the original women was to maintain health in the family. And then they break it down into what they call the active ingredients. And once they break it down into the active ingredients, they make whatever medication or whatever they, you understand what I mean? And then they make a profit off it. The whole society is full of things like that. It's not just, you know, bad food that the original woman was creative with. See, we'll give them credit for that. We'll give them credit for making chitlins. But that's the signs of knowledge and, you know what I'm saying, you know, the full equality. How many of y'all looked at it like that? What you saying? Asiatic mathematics? So what you saying? The queen is divine. Divine love, peace. What's going on? You just coming in, divine love? Wait a minute. Y'all, where y'all getting these numbers from? 12,000. What's this? Yeah, but see, divine truth, that's what it means when it said that you know every square inch of the planet Earth. It don't just mean you know that exists. You know what's going on over there. How you going to choose for yourself the best part? Unless you done seen all those parts. You done seen the useful land. You done seen the deserts, the hills and mountains, and the ice cap land. Like I said, in everything that you're dealing with, in every cipher that you're going through. You saying master is the real divine, master as the real divine. You said I master as the real divine. Leave yourself out of it. See, that's what I told you this week. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta understand that this is what we doing. You gotta teach the black woman something that she can live out. That's good for you to master as the real divine. But if living is the activities of life, and we know that, they have activities in their life, then what do they have to be true to? Like, are they standing perpendicular with us? Or are they still at some other point of uncivilization? Peace said the original man with no birth record has to take it further through Islam by destroying the four devils at one time. So that's the whole science, SW said divine is defined as of, from, or God-like. She can be divine too. Yeah, they gotta swim. Yeah, they gotta swim too. But all that's in there, just in those degrees. See how many months passed by and y'all skipped over those degrees. It's not very important. You know why? Because see, today deals with the square mileage. But see, knowing every square inch, that's the details. That's all the details right there. That we really got to go into, you know what I'm saying? Like how many, we know, Granville Woods and Elisha McCoy. There's things that the black woman added on to civilization as well. But if we don't get into the details, because what happens if we don't get into the details, then we don't understand the role that she's played in civilization. And if we don't understand the role that she's played in civilization, right, then we end up giving her that role that I was speaking on when we first started this, where you just sit there, be quiet, do the cooking and the cleaning. D. Christian said that's a whole lot of inches. You got to measure internal and external. While you said actual facts, no one understand every square inch. The details. See, that's what you got to do, not just with 120 lessons, but with all the lessons. You got to be able to apply your supreme mathematics and your self-balancing scale of justice to get the full and clear picture from it. We didn't choose the planet Earth to be our home for no reason. Jasim said, of the water, respect and insight borns the equality to build or destroy the truth. Yeah, you know, my as W say, God and God-like is two different things, just as, oh, this is some side rally going on here. I'm gonna let that go. 793rd says, so the path to our self-Lord and Master is in the details. Yeah. See, when you get into the details, that's a lot of times where you see the difference between what we teach and what they teach. See, if you don't get into the details, right? Will we taught not to get into the details? In religion. See, in religion, you're not to be concerned with the details. Not every square inch. The religious, they was the ones promoting the flat earth. So of course they didn't want you to know every square inch of the planet, because like I said, the 10% only have, as everybody else gains knowledge, their power disappears. See, y'all over here, this side rally is going. Musadik just came in. See, that's what that's telling you too. We didn't take things on face value and just, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We picked the continent by eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's not how it happened. That's what it's telling you about examination. Jassim said, I like the Taoist take on this kind of thing. What is the Taoist take on this kind of thing? Is listen, I don't know what Lord Jamar, I've already explained why, I'm sticking with the globe earth theory for right now. Until, he or whoever else has some other definitive type of proof. Right now, I'm settled on the globe earth model simply because, things that happened in the past. Like they can say, an event was recorded, and when that event was recorded, it was recorded that it was an eclipse or some celestial event. And they could calculate back and accurately say, all right, yeah, this happened at that time. And then they can explain things that I see when I look in the sky right now. It can explain things that I'm seeing right now. 24 hours in a day, you know what I'm saying? The moon, the sun, the planets, it explains what I'm seeing right now. And then when it comes to the future, right? When the people who teach about the globe earth theory, when they say, listen, it's going to be an eclipse on this day, at this time, I never seen them be off 30 seconds. Never seen them be off 20 seconds. It's within a second or two of the time they said it was going to be an eclipse. It's an eclipse. So when you look at their ability to manifest, you know what I'm saying, the actual facts in the past, the present, and the future, as opposed to the flat earth theory, which is mostly just a whole bunch of questions and conjecture, what if type of stuff. I would have to say that the, wise decision in that situation would be to go with globe earth. Even get to the questions that I have of them. I'm just saying off top. I don't know what happened to him, Asiatic mathematics. The boss said details show her potential to bear and receive the truth and how you cultivate her with it in all her layers. Jasim said Wu Ji means limitless. It's both energies before they split, then the yang after on the yin. It's Wu Ji and then yang and then yin. Started the spinning and everything after that. The yang acted on the yin. Divine understanding. Yeah, see, D Christian, these is all the questions that I would have about the flat earth as well. You know what I'm saying? One of my biggest questions would be, Why can't we see Mount Everest from every point on the planet Earth? Like if you had a telescope right now, we should be able to look straight across and see England. And we should see some things sticking up. We should see a couple of them actually, but I'm just saying. Like if you ask the people right now, in whatever city you in, if you close enough, you could see the downtown buildings, you see them sticking up. So if you're dealing with a flat surface, why wouldn't that be the case? I got lots of questions for them. But without getting into no questions, I already said how I see it. Jassim said it's like the idea of the man standing perpendicular. See, where's my 15%? Where's my 15% female viewership? They need to speak up here, man, because y'all talking about the man standing perpendicular and all this stuff. Yeah, 793rd, same questions here. Peace said if the earth was flat, it wouldn't be a law of justice. Yeah, I need my 15%. I need y'all to stand up now. Yeah, man, I can't. Oh, stuff down there went bad.
Oh, it was close.
Now it's bad, yo.
Oh, it was bad. Thank you.
Yeah,
You need to go to the
big one, right?
yeah, Stop and Shop. There's plenty of shit in there.
Yeah, probably, right?
You know what I mean? That's why.
Hopefully.
I normally go there to go to the big thing.
I guess I'm by myself right now, trying to. I'm trying to hotep over here by myself. Apparently, I'm gonna have to. What he said? Oh, which shirt you talking about? I'm not going. Which shirt you talking about, Magnetic? Well, we got any questions, man, about the 196,940,000? I'm pretty sure some of the brothers that's on the 1 in 10 only got some questions. Here, hit this. Go through that link right there, Magnetic. Does anybody have any questions about the 196,940,000 before these brothers hijack us into flat Earth theory where I do not want to go? right, we got magnetic. Let's see what magnetic is. Peace. Magnetic. Peace, peace. It's, no, I can't hear you. Oh man, see, we're this. You see this brother here? I'm trying to be Hotep, and y'all are Tommy. You think it's just a marketing? You think it's just what they call it? You think it's just clickbait? All the flat earth stuff? Do you Christian? Yeah, I would say yeah, you should do the Brownsville method. Nah, man. Yeah, I don't know what he's teaching. That's way out there. You know, is definitely, because the thing for me, right, is part of the my reaction to it, at first I had to admit was kind of like uh I didn't really take it seriously because I haven't heard flat earth theory since like elementary school. You know what I'm saying? Like I heard flat earth theory, as something that, you know, backwards people was doing. I never really heard of it. Recently I saw a dude presenting some things where he had some 2D images that was drawn in Egypt, and he was saying that this was supposed to be evidence of the flat earth or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I never heard that ever affiliated with the original man. So, at first, I didn't really take it seriously, and then it just appeared to just keep growing. As Calm Islam, he said he think it's just clickbait anyway. Fly Phrase says, so being that we know every square inch of the Earth's 196,940,000 square miles, could you draw that up to knowing everything about your woman, aka your Earth? Yes, see, I'm trying to refrain from taking it in that direction. That's why I want my 15% female viewership to speak up right now. so this doesn't turn into little Tommy Sotomayor session here. Well, Sadiq said the Brownsville method worked for me. I'm almost done with the 1 to 10. The calm is normally listen. The thing with cipher being before knowledge, yeah, that's to me, that's the real deal breaker for me. SW said I thought flat earth was debunked years ago. Yeah, that's yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I thought that it's just when it came back up, I can't really call it, but I know that some of it I initially didn't pay it any mind because of that. Like I just thought, like you said, it was something that I heard of being debunked since elementary school. You know what I'm saying? And even when the people that deal with flat earth, they leave out a lot of the stuff, like they say that look, ancient people thought this, but you leave out a lot of the other stuff that they thought too. Like, see, one thing they believed during that time, right, when they thought the earth was flat, one of the things they believed was that all the planets and the stars and stuff was just painted on a dome that was over the flat earth. I don't hear, a lot of them speaking on that aspect of it. Sincere Bordy Asiatic said, do flat earth people believe that all planets are flat or just planet Earth? Well, their explanation for that is that, you know, uh, just because we're looking at the other planets and they appear to be round, it doesn't necessarily mean, what I'm saying? It's like if you on a highway, right? And every other uh, vehicle on the highway is the Benz, it doesn't mean that you riding in a Benz. That's their, uh, what I've heard. You know what I'm saying? When I've observed them speaking on it, that's what I've heard them say when people say, "Well, how come all the?" So right there, he's still not taking it seriously. The boss said, "I heard this in the history of Ferdinand Magellan, the Portuguese, who proved the Earth wasn't." Wait, what's the rest of this? Supposedly means the Earth wasn't flat. The Christian said the whole flat Earth concept was originated by devils. That should say a lot, especially if you got knowledge of self. Can't take that on face value or cause it to have no value. That since they gotta explore the land and plant your flag. Calm as Lonely said, because think about it, if someone searches for flat earth on YouTube, his video gonna pop up, that's gonna get him a view. I mean, yeah, he definitely rose to the top of he's one of the main, I don't know if is experts in that science or whatever, but he's a go-to person. The Christian said the doggone didn't believe in flat earth and their science is proven. That Sim said astrology is what my man say progenitor to astronomy. Yeah, it still cycles. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of questions. I never really seen him answer too many of them. But you know, there's also I think it's issues with gravity too. I can't be 100% sure, but I think he got issues with gravity. Peace said, be honest, some conversations don't demand my breath. My man gonna tell me if you hit the ground while sleeping, you die. I said, how you know when you're talking to me? I don't understand that degree. I mean, are you talking about when you're dreaming? Yeah, I have heard that before. That if you're dreaming of something and you falling, that if you hit the ground, supposedly you died. But he makes a good point. Did someone hit the ground in their dream and then come back and say, yeah, you know, that's what happened? You know, like right before they got embalmed, they just said, you know, hit the ground. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, I'm just seeing these calls right now. I gotta refresh. You know, sometimes I have to turn the volume down on this because nah, I don't wanna go. I really prefer to not go into this gravity thing. Josh type of Devon said I seen him teaching Rod Digger Supreme Mathematics. I mean, the order is the order. Raju said, what is your coach degree in 136? He does not speak his own language. All right, hold on. Yeah, I got some I got messages over here now. Magnetic. I don't see I didn't see your call though. You sure you got the right number? Wait. Oh, hold on. Apparently I have some questions. Apparently I have some oh, hold on. See now this starting to be technology overkill. Peace. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, you gotta turn the sound down.
Hold on, let me turn my shit down over here, yo. You can hear me better?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, basically I was saying, yo, send me one of them shirts. I'll send you the cash shop right now. You know where I'm at.
Which one you want, I'm saying?
The second one in from the left.
Oh,
that was short. If you're looking at the screen, it's the second one out to the left. 2XL.
The Cypher.
Just send me.
The Cypher Investigators.
I'm gonna give you my number right now, right? All right, cool. You got the screen back up, right? The one next to the long sleeve. That one right there. Boom.
The 5%.
It says Cypher Investigators Men's Champion T-shirt.
Cypher Investigators. I know
that.
that. I bet.
Yeah, take my phone number down so you can send it down a cash app request. That's 78.
Hold on. Oh wait, I got my phone. Did you say it is?
978 204.
That's how you do Cash App? Because I don't even know how to do it.
Well, you know, yeah, see, that's the only way I send money right now because boom, it gets to you. As soon as I send it, boom, you got it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, not even 5 seconds later, boom, once I send it, 1,000, 1,000, it's already in your account. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you said 978. What?
978 204 8219.
All right.
And when you get time, I wanted to go back. I wanted to go back to a brother who was having shit. I really couldn't speak with you in sound. Go through it with you in sound. I mean, this may not be the form, but like when we was talking about that problem book, like most of those things you was asking, like, is this something that somebody told me, or is it my understanding? It's just like me reading the degree from back then. Like I said, I came out of Temple.
It's 11 o'clock.
And like those are things that they gave us, you know what I'm saying? Like the problem book, along with 1 to 10 and everything else, you know what I'm saying? Like food code, et cetera, et cetera. That's irrelevant. But we're talking about the problem book, and like, I had did the knowledge for that 13th question in the book, and I just said the first thing that popped up in my head was like Allah. You know what I'm saying? He must have seen, like in my understanding, he must have seen that knowledge and understanding degree, understood supreme mathematics and alphabet, boom, boom. Because it's like, like they said, 1 to 9, then there's 0, then there's like the 26 alphabets, and he was talking about making a language. Through supreme mathematics and alphabets, we formed the language, you know what I'm saying? That's unique from everybody else, you know what I'm saying? Like, basically, like we said, only the child can catch you. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, that was Allah just taking that with him out of the temples. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. Allah did say a lot of brothers. Some of these brothers are gonna have to go back to the temples. This is right and exact. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Here's my understanding. Again, this is just my understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe some brothers were supposed to go back into the mosque to take the hidden jewels that Allah couldn't bring out with him. You know what I'm saying? Because like, he couldn't bring it all out at one time. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there was jewels that he couldn't get, seeing that he left. That's what I said. You could teach us, but not here. Once he made the decision to leave, he basically went AWOL and forfeited any degrees that was supposed to get back to him anyway. You know what I'm saying? That were rightfully his because he was a registered FY. See what I'm saying? So it wasn't more like trying to make brothers look at the book that's added to 120 because 120 is fine as is. You know what I'm saying? It's just like maybe look at it as a plus degree. You know what I'm saying? Like plus degrees are looked at everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like plus degrees is just another man's understanding. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just another way of understanding because like if you look at the original problem book and how it's written, like out of 5 words, basically it's like saying that the book was designed to speak about the black man in a mathematical way. You know what I'm saying? And like there's a lot of questions that I see it automatically, I could draw it up in a mathematical way, like that knowledge, understanding degree, or that 13th degree in the problem book. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, so when I seen that, oh shit. Even when I was in the Nation of Islam in the mosque, I already knew about the law. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I seen it, I said, oh shit, the father. You know what I mean? That was way back then. We going like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I said, oh shit, the father. Showed it to a couple of my brothers around my way, and we all just like, that's how we took it from that point. Oh shit, Allah. Ooh, that's all understanding from us. You know what I'm saying? Like that there's other degrees that you can look at and be like, oh shit, that do talk about us. You just gotta draw it up, through the 5 minutes.
Yeah, for the most part, you know, and I could be being religious about that. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I already got the best part. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, uh, you know, like I don't see anything or hear anything that people in the NOI is talking about, right? Or see anything that they're doing where I'm like, all right, this is clearly a part right here that I'm missing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm in the same boat as you. However, like I said, me being able to see things that Allah saw while he was in the temple, I'm like, oh shit. Like, all right, cool. Maybe you don't see it useful for you, but I see it useful for me and how I rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, you know, even though I left the FOI, I kept the general orders close with me back then, and that's how through hanging with freedom we were successful in like conquering the terrain out in our land. You know what I'm saying? Like in going to God. You know what I'm saying? Like I took the general orders. Like I didn't give them to nobody else. It was just me. Remember, first general order, take charge of this post and all temple property of you. You know what I'm saying? Take charge of the post. Myself, I'm at post automatically, 24 hours every day. Temple property is just my brother around me. It doesn't have to be the temple of the mosque, but the temple of the mind. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's like I just broke it down and incorporated to that, and that's how everything was so militant back then. You know what I'm saying? Because like I kept that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom. It wasn't like I was teaching it because I wasn't. Nobody even knows about like none of the gods that I rock with, freedom, your fruit, freedom, none of them. Nobody knows about general orders but me because I never brought that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, keep that shit over there. Don't teach it over here because it wasn't supposed to be taught over here, just like that wasn't supposed to, like what we teach wasn't supposed to be taught in the mosque. You know what I'm saying? You can't miss the teaching. But I took the best part of the general orders, the fruit code, etc., and kept it for myself, and it made me a better God back then. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but it's the same thing with Allah. Like you said, Allah had things on tap. So, if there was a certain aspect of something that he wanted us to know, you know what I'm saying, he would have taught it word to mouth. I mean, mouth to ear, the same way he did 120. So, I never really. But that's peace, though, black man.
Peace. Yeah, but back to that shirt. How soon can I see that? Because I can get you that right now. As soon as you send me the request for the money, boom, you'll have it in less than 2 minutes.
I'm gonna put the order in, and then when I see what everything is with the taxes and all that, I'm gonna hit
you. Peace.
All right. Peace. Apparently, I had some questions here. I had some questions that someone sent me here in the. I have some questions here in the text messages that I didn't see. The original seed, peace of the God, what's going on? What you guys doing over here? This is the side rally is going on. Supreme Scientist. Yeah, this person, I guess they listen in the background because I don't know who this is. Okay, apparently I had to. Apparently, this is somebody that I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. This person is a little bit wild here. It doesn't seem like there's an actual question in there. apparently some challenges to the king I'll have to deal with. Now, I was born, what's going on? Yeah, I'm waiting for my 15% female viewership to come in the room because right now I'm being hijacked. I'm being hijacked by these guys right here, man. I can't get my hopes up on like I want to. Yeah, the side rallies is ever since the last couple of days when I got this new program, man, the side rallies is like out of control right now, especially with these topics. With all my people that's on the 1 and 10. And I was born so we can ready to be outside. Cause you just heard something about the you just heard something about the band. Is there any news? Did you heard some news about the quarantine? I was born said he just went back to work today. I was born said he just went back to work today. And now Pennsylvania is about to phase back in everything. Is that correct? This is having like a God Cycle Divine said he go back to the Just Cycle born tomorrow. But you was working during the quarantine anyway though. Supreme Scientist said it's gonna be part 2. See, I know what I'm gonna have to gotta do it every time. But I mean, yeah, that's they was talking about certain places where it already is going bad in terms of them opening back up. I don't know. Outside the Devon said he had you had 1 week on and 1 week off, but you've been doing that the whole time. I praise yeah, but it's see, you know what it is? This is the bottom line. It doesn't matter if it's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Whether you believe that, it's a scourge on humanity, you know what I'm saying? Or whether believe that it's being blown out of proportion. At this point, the impact has been had. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things, you know, where it's no backseats. You know what I'm saying? You can't, you can pick up your ice cream and you could try to dust the dirt off or whatever, but you dropped it. It's what I'm saying? It's no real unspilling the milk with that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the social impact that it's going to have, the economic impact that it's already had. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like, in New York, I don't know how many people is listening, but New York is already setting, they letting people know that listen, we haven't, they telling people they lost $8 billion or something like that. Apex Cypher, what's going on already? So, whatever city you in, all the revenue that they're gonna be saying they lost from the tax revenue, you know what I'm saying? The at least they not getting the money that they was getting off the tickets. In New York, they don't have the ultimate side of the street parking, infinite satisfaction. You know what I'm saying? The Christian said a lot of businesses closed permanently out here. A lot of homelessness increasing too. Well, I think it's pretty much going national news. What's been going on with the homeless in New York. You know what I'm saying? The outside of mine goes to the Department of Homeland Security. So yeah, we gotta go to work. People who sell Chinese food ain't essential. Yeah, that's the Illuminati stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, though I seen that out here though too, the Christian, where uh, I guess some places was already teetering on the edge. Some places was already teetering on the edge. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and this just pushed them over the top where, they're not even going to try to regroup. So like I said, all of that type of stuff like that, and then just the permanent impact, you know what I'm saying, in terms of, uh, you know, Katrina changed the way people react to the news of a natural disaster coming. To me, I don't know how everybody, but to me, that changed the whole way that people see that. So right now, that's what I'm saying. I think this is going to change the way, we interact in public for a long time. Christian said it's factual, but what cats gonna still wear, still eat swan burgers and drink large juice or look within to make themselves better. We still got the power. Now, but I think it's just gonna be, you know, some people may never take their mask off. You know what I'm saying? Like that might be a permanent adjustment to some people. You know what I'm saying? Some people are never going to go in, crowded, restaurants or movie theaters or things of that nature again. You know what I'm saying? You know, houses, if you're a rich person or something, above a certain uh what you call it, a certain income range, it's like once upon a time, you know, for that period of time, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? Those are the two cities that the United States dropped the nuclear bombs on in Japan. For years that impacted society where houses was built with bomb shelters. So it's just something, the way I see it at this point, the damage has been done, in terms of, we definitely gonna, we're gonna be able to measure time by this. Some events, what I'm saying, like Michael Jackson Thriller coming out or something, certain events where you could say, oh nah, this happened at that time, you know what I mean? The LA riots or something. This is gonna mark, time and social, a social thing, like, yeah, after that happened, like things like, the firm business handshake. You know what I'm saying? The business handshake that, for years, months, and days, this has been known as, this is the proper kind of thing to do. That may be changed forever. The original Seeds said they weren't concerned about us. There are millions of dollars that they were spending on these projects, so they could care less if people died during the pandemic as long as they finished the job. Which which projects? You know, there's a certain amount of people that they may consider excess, but here's the bottom line. You know, there's still a pyramid, you know, in terms of economics. And in order for that 1% to exist at the very tip of the pyramid, the base of the pyramid with all those other bricks gotta exist. So there's some limitations on that too. But we discussed that in the other video. That's on we had to put that in Patreon though. That video, yeah, I was talking loose. Whoa, Jabbar said uh business went through $2 trillion already. You talking about from the bailout? They already ran through $2 trillion. You saying like $2 trillion was given out, or they're saying this $2 trillion has already been ran through by the company? Half chicken and chicken fried rice. Guys type Divine, you gotta go over there by 188th Street and that's 188th in Hillside. They got the halal Chinese right there. Frey said, you ever seen a video where the news crew was out after a hurricane in a canoe floating down the sidewalk, and a dude walks right past it? It messes up the video of them fronting. Come on, man. Why would you say a thing like that? Type something over here. Yeah, I was that solid, man. Oh, let me catch up. The Christian said, cook at home. Now it's time to make sure that you and your earth got the 14th degree science intact. Absolutely. Pizza ordered some pizza last night that tasted like cardboard. Save my coins and make my own. So you don't want that kind of pizza. That's heavy. The wine said I've been cooking all week. I cooked Jamaican to Asian to and soul food. I'm all out of ginger and cornstarch. The Fisher said I don't even touch receipts. I just look on my account. PPE is the new norm. Was that the what you said, the protection equipment? 793rd said I have bros who are praising God and having group prayer sessions. For what? To like have this, this is how what? Apex Cypher said, at first, the very beginning, I didn't think much of this, but then I was like, damn, I think this is gonna go on at least to the end of the year as far as opening up like federal jobs. Or, we got to see what's going to be the percentage. I don't think everybody is going back 100%. Some people is going to start being automated out. So that's gonna be a certain thing right there. That's gonna be, what I'm saying, a big thing in in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? That you still got, you know, there's certain jobs that's like anchor jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like when you got a certain factory, whatever jobs is doing business outside of the economy, the local economy. So they bringing in money, and then those people, everybody that go to work, most of them they're gonna eat lunch. So they go out to the restaurant. You know what I'm saying? All the little jobs. The delivery people. They gotta bring the stuff to the. All those other jobs depend though on those certain anchor jobs. A lot of restaurants that depended on a business model like BBQs, they depend on a business model where they kind of pack people in. I don't know if that's going right back, you know. Even like Knowledge Born was saying, they're phasing this thing in. So even companies like D Christian was saying, a lot of companies closed already for good. You know, some other companies might not survive being phased in. Christian said, just ate a salad with homemade hummus. Did my workout. And see, they excited said, I know they better hurry up to open Job Corps back up before my son and I go at it. He's driving me crazy. That's one of them little things that I'm saying, like how they doing with the swimming pools and all that stuff. I recall those days. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that, my experience is the end all the be all, but I'm saying in New York, that's how they started talking. Like, look, we don't have the money, we're gonna have to close this firehouse over here because, right now we're a little bit strapped for cash. You know, the class sizes is gonna have to get up to like 35, 40. Because we're not gonna fire no teachers, but we just not gonna hire no new ones, and we're gonna encourage the older ones that we got here right now to go ahead and retire. You know what I'm saying? You know, all these different things. We can't afford to do the police patrols around here and all that type of thing. So that's something that, Job Corps, when they come back, they might say, and then you got people that's coming from all over the country and a lot of these Job Corps places. So, I'm pretty sure anything that's dealing with the federal government, you know what I'm saying, is you're gonna have some stipulations, in my opinion, to get back involved with that. Yeah, everybody do the each one teach one. I don't even know what the count is right now. I'm over here. So DeBar, are you saying that the money that's been given out has already been spent? That's and so what has been the economic impact? Are they saying that the impact hasn't what was the impact of it? Did they save the economy? Are they, is the economy flourishing now? Yeah, get that halal Chinese from that's where he be at. Peter Chang be out there in Queens. He old now, so you might not see him. Yeah, you see Peter Chang out there. Yeah, D Christian, now they changing it in the top shelf, man. I try to teach the black woman, that's what they do. Yeah, personal protective equipment. Jafar said all this food chart was part of the 196,940,000 square miles, complete with God's life. Food of the earth replenishes the body's energy. I was going, so definitely a lot of companies save money from having people home from work. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the perfect excuse to automate. We're between, it's probably going to be a mandate, between the mandate to social distance and companies that's saying, well, look, we took the laws, right now we can't afford to bring you back. And we don't know who that's going to be. You know what I'm saying? Is that going to be the person who's been working there, 10, 15, 20 years, and they might be making, $20, $25 an hour? Or is that going to be the person that just got hired that's, making $15 an hour? See, a lot of companies, they're going to let go of that person that's making the 25. But even worse, some companies going to say, well, look, because we don't have no money right now, we have to automate just to try to stay open. Like, for instance, how many times you go to the supermarket, or one of these other stores, and you notice that there's a whole bunch of aisles with self checkout, but they empty. You're gonna start seeing a lot more of that. You know what I'm saying? Certain companies, I think it's gonna be a minute before you see the crowded McDonald's and all that type of thing. That sense that I got taught about sustainable agriculture by hippies. Remember the hippies? Original seeds said the United States of America have shown us their culture, which is establishment, telling lies on how to master the original man. We have to reveal their agendas. I mean, yeah, they just don't like when you do it on YouTube. They like, oh man, but they funny that way. God Savvy Devon said BBQs only delivers in a 2 mile radius, some 3 miles away. Trust me, after this, they'll be delivering in that 3 mile radius. They'll probably be delivering in whatever radius, and they'll probably have zones. But delivery that's going to be a part, you know, delivery is going to be a part of everything going forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, not right now, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not that much people traveling in general. But Uber, I think Uber is going to be a big one in this. Jackson said, for real, you want to eat out and pay to get Corona. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think, those crowded type of places, like, more expensive places where, they put a couple feet between you and the next table. But, when you in BBQs, somebody else's table is touching your table almost. The coffee mug for yeah, the coffee mug is on that site right there. Hold on, let me put the link. In that store. You gotta go to I gotta get these stores organized where I have certain specific stuff in certain specific stores. But yeah, right there you get to the hold on, you put the exact that's the exact link to the coffee mug right there. They got halal Chinese on Archer Avenue. Where? Now, Vaughn said it's gonna be the perfect excuse for a lot of things. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. A lot of companies that like even a lot of companies is taking this time right now to smash the unions. Any union that they feel that's giving them problems, they taking the time right now to smash all that. Peace, P said in Richmond, Knowledge Power Day, barbershops and salons open up. Yeah, I think that's gonna be some issues right there. Igloo, Peace, Josh Simpson, Upwork, and Fiverr. Think that's gonna be popping off? Probably, the gig economy or whatever they call it. Now, as Warren said, the grocery stores out here got one-way aisles in almost all self-checkout. So I guess that's the nail in the coffin. Probably just be security now. Now, as Warren said, the mask business is going to be the hottest thing going. Everyone's going to have to wear them, and people going to need more than one. I mean, I think that's going to be a issue. I think that's going to be an issue, man. Uh, you know, how long are we going to be able to have people walking around in society with these masks on? Think about that. How long are we going to, you know what I'm saying? That's definitely something that's going to be an issue. Yeah, I had Shopify for a little minute. I don't even recall exactly how long, but yeah, I've been over there for a minute. I'm trying to figure out all this stuff with the taxes, man. It's a whole bunch of stuff you got to do. A lot of stuff with Shopify is automatic. So I opened up over there. I think, man, crackheads with raggedy talk, man. So, see how black people do? This channel is super black, man. Unique understanding have masks that got flags on it. Oh man, look. So basically, this is gonna be a new way of set tripping. This is a new way of set tripping now. Oh man. All right. Wait a minute. Let me put this up. Yeah, the boss said, yeah, the barbershop, yeah, that's something. Woo. Now, as Warren said, that's it. Security at the door, counting people, even lines at home. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I went to the Staples, and that's what was going on. Like, you had to wait for somebody to come out for you to go in. You know what I mean? Like, even if you were to party, you got three people with you, and two people walk out, you got to wait for somebody else to walk out. Infinite said I was at FDR Park today, 75 to 80% people didn't have a mask on. Where's FDR flag? I mean FDR part. I said it'll make barcodes easier. What you mean? So I face it. I hate putting the mask and gloves on. I put the mask on, but like I told everybody, listen, you know, you know, I only wear that mask so I don't get fined. I don't, I don't really care about that. That's like the one said masks are the new norm. I just said I won't sell the flag. Yeah, that's what once you get into selling the flag, and then now you got to worry about who is buying it. The boss said the show and prove flash. You mean if it's going to be mandatory for the show and prove? As of right now, what I heard about the show and prove is supposed to be virtual this year. You know what I'm saying? I haven't spoken to everybody, but that's what I heard so far. Now, once that I ain't feeling this, everybody got a mask on, like some comic book stuff. I mean, listen, you know, like I said, my whole thing is, what's gonna happen eventually down the line. When you got everybody out on the streets, and we all mad. Just like, look, for instance, look at what anonymity give people the courage to do on the internet. I mean, yeah, it's not quite as distant as the internet, but think about that for a second. How much that's going to embolden certain people. Trying to get this thing on the screen. Trying to get this to show y'all the level. Trying to show y'all the level to which this thing is going. Things are this is crazy right here. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready for this. This is hold on. This is about as crazy as it gets, yo. Guys warned that a lot of people going to be getting shot, by let's just say, civilians that saying that they scared. You're gonna have a lot of people getting shot because people saying that they scared of them with their mask on. Yeah, so they could defecate in public over there. Yeah, I don't know what they planning on doing about that too. SW said if it's in the air, it's no avoiding it. 793rd. Well, let me catch up to you. So once the first jet slows down in the form of some delivery person or dressed as a package carrier, then it'll be on and popping. See what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't wear it. Look, even when you say people protection, right? You know, I'm still, like, look, if you afraid, right? Let's say if you afraid for whatever reason, right? You know, this situation right here, what we talking about? You afraid that you're gonna get robbed, right? You know, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not carrying a gun for you. You gotta carry your own gun. Hold on, let me try to get this thing on the screen. Still, this is this is. I gotta figure out this new technology. Uh, figure this out. Y'all gonna this is brand new. All right, here we go. Y'all, I hope y'all ready. That's how we getting down now. That's how we getting down. I just want to know how he monitors that to make sure that only How does he monitor that to make sure that only the 5% gets one? Or he's just selling them. He's just selling them hand to hand. Yeah, yeah. Good. Dedicated. Good. Yeah, that's some of the wildest stuff I ever seen. Yeah.
You know, it's airborne like that. The only thing with the set is in a big suit. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you have to feel that way.
Oh man.
You need to be completely, you know, everything. Massive.
It's 12 o'clock.
Wait, as W said, you could be pulled over in your car if you got passengers and no mask. Wait, where's that? You gotta let me know that state so I can stay away from over there. The Christian said masks being used in some countries to target people, the thugs out in force in some locales. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and you gotta remember that the economy is messed up. So times are about to be rough.
Almost every day, you need to get sure when you're not in the street.
If you on the street, Cuomo said if you on the street in New York now, they want you to be charged, some type of attempt murder or something.
Well, they want to be fine. That's just more of this fucking. Oh, you know that this morning? Yo,
What?
the killer hornet from Africa.
Man.
Touchdown on the east coast of America. You watch that?
Now they talking about that again. Like, we talking about that in the '90s, man. That's W said everybody walking around like they whip the batch or do surgery, and then the designer medical mask. Yeah, I seen that, man. 2 years. You know, that Sim said, "Oh man, I just thought about something remote body scanning." Where everybody wearing masks, they're probably working on something like the '90s cartoon X-ray vision. Well, now I saw a news story today already. I saw a news story about some drones that got infrared, and they're using the infrared to check people's temperatures. Wisdom cipher hours. Ain't no wisdom cipher hours, man, for no mask. Man, listen. what's going on up in New York. I mean, to tell the truth, I ain't even, because right now I'm a little bit upset because the supermarket is not, the beat there is not going too good right now. You know what I'm saying? So I went and got some junk food today. But yeah, right now it really ain't nothing moving, man. It's one of them situations where everything is sinking in. You know what I'm saying? Like people that was trying to stay open, they not open no more. You know what I'm saying? It's uh the totality of the change is evident. Infinite satisfaction said the mask mostly prevents you from giving it to someone else. That's my understanding. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you gotta carry your own gun, man. Jackson says sometimes I hate wearing a mask because I forget what the air smells like. Yeah, it's definitely all those different things, man. How I feel to just, be outside and just be regular. You know what I'm saying? I think it's gonna be a lot more stigma on the homeless people now too, in terms of people noticing that, you could possibly be carrying germs. There's a Bozo tribe. Who's the Bozo tribe guys like with the mom? Yeah, with the flag on it. That's a little bit blatant commercialism right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we gotta survive, and capitalize, but some things, for me is sacred, not in the religious sense, but just in the sense that you don't wanna you don't wanna cheapen it. You know what I'm saying? Verbally, with language, we cheapen language with slang. You know what I'm saying? But when we do things in what's that word that they call it? Like they use it a lot in like Eastern philosophy. Uh, not mundane. It's another word that if you use something, and you manifest it profane. Certain activities and certain things that's profane. You know, once you keeping it down to that, and then somebody's like, "Well, how do I get one?" I just like the design or whatever. Yeah, wisdom psychology too. On top of that, yeah, wisdom mad now is born. That's kind of steep. Apex Cypher said the ones he make are rewatchable and the design won't come off. The original C said you have to have the guy mathematics to get one. All right, so he only selling them. He only selling them hand to hand. As though, oh, you in Newark? They pulling you? Yo, Jersey got serious, man. But Newark is one of the places too where uh, this is just a good excuse. We've wanted these Negroes under control for quite some time. Certain places, this would be the perfect opportunity to put the pressure back on, especially because, that's another thing that I've seen happen, where I'm not, trying to make no crazy predictions, but just saying based upon what we've seen happening, we've seen them let a lot of people out of jail. Somebody's got to pay all those union workers, man. And that's something that could be done, to get some quick money flowing. The cops get paid, the judges get paid, the COs get paid, the tax money gets distributed in all of these locations where the prisons is at. You know what I'm saying? So, this would probably be, you know, uh, just like if anybody, if you remember 9/11, there was kind of a shift where, like in the 90s, uh, in terms of the federal law enforcement, they was targeted on drugs and the mafia mostly. Then when 9/11 happened, it shifted to anti-terrorism. So, this right here is about a lot of domestic stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's all, internal. So this is something that I could see making them say, okay, boom, we want to deal with these domestic people. Like right now they're observing to see who's the people that's the most militant about their resistance to the new rules. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy though. They pull you over. They look in your car and see if you and the people in there got masks on and pull you over. Grown people, like grown people don't know that they ain't in the car without a mask on. Infinite satisfaction been hearing a lot about universal basic income due to automation. That's a science right there too. Universal basic income. I mean, it's one of those things that I think is far fetched. I don't know about it really happening because I just don't know who's gonna pay it. You know what I'm saying? But on some level, that could also just be the new name, meaning that look, it's welfare, but we put a different name on it. You know what I'm saying? For how we shifting around the money. But at the end of the day, the universal basic income is still going to be the same thing. It's a money laundering system for corporations because in the universal basic income, you're not going to get enough to really come up. You know what I'm saying? Meaning you're not gonna have enough to save, but all of the money that you get, you're gonna be spending it with the different corporations. You know what I'm saying? I manifested that a couple of times on the channel before that. The real logic behind welfare is to get money to the corporations so that the corporations can do their top down strategy. You know what I'm saying? The trickle down strategy that they've been coming up with since, JP Morgan. So it's, peace and social distance. I see subtract and divide. Yeah. Well, they got a thing now. The World Health Organization is saying they want to be able to come in your house. They want to be able to come in your house and and extract people if they, deem that you sick or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's definitely, you know what I'm saying, and think about it. You know, how many times has this happened? It's happened to me a couple times. Like, how many times has somebody walked up on you or you walked up on somebody with your mask on and y'all didn't even recognize each other? So yeah, that's a step right there, peace, step, you know what you're doing. Sim said that would make sense and be an economical way to go about surveillance. Don't give them no ideas, Jackson. You tell them what that would be a good idea in economics. They good enough at coming up with stuff on their own. Apex Cycle said I'm doing giveaways and low prices, even though I'm a new business. People can't even go in stores, so I try to help too. Yeah, I mean, listen, right now, everything, uh, people that got essential stuff, they price gouge. You know what I'm saying? They price gouge. You know what I'm saying? But right now, almost everybody, like right now, they took about all the meat. They're about to give it away because it's about to go bad. You know what I mean? That's the science of capitalism. That is one of those things that work counterintuitive, but it's about being able to survive the bad times. You're always supposed to slash prices in a bad economy. You know what I'm saying? The idea being that you just stay afloat until the economy goes good. You know what I mean? So then you got two advantages. You build up the goodwill, like you said, in terms of looking out for people with low prices, but you also probably outlasted a lot of your competition. So now when you come out on the other end, competition is less, the supply is less, and now you get a chance to do your thing. Infinite Satisfaction says $1,200 per month won't even pay rent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In terms of the $1,200, it won't pay rent, but wherever it does go, especially unfortunately the way a lot of our people have been trained, we know that Nike is going to see some of it, and Coca-Cola and all these different corporate entities, you know what I'm saying, that have locked in on extracting money from us, it's gonna go to them. And when it gets to their bank accounts, it doesn't count as welfare, it's not EBT, it's not none of that. It goes into their account as cash money. And then they pay out whatever. So in reality, instead of the government just giving the money directly to those corporations, they're using you to launder it. The same way any other enterprise would do that. The same way any other enterprise would do that. Where you pass the money through the hands of some people, so then you can put it in whatever corporate entity or whatever entity that's not legal. See, if they just gave the money straight to them, right, then that would be a little too raw in terms of straying away from capitalism. But if they use the crisis to say, well, no, we really just looking out for the people, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, out of the EBT money every month, there's people that can calculate that, but they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? There's no, why would they do something like that? Trust me, down at Monsanto, they know though. Every month, when they give out the EBT cards, right, and everybody goes to the supermarket, how much of that money goes to Monsanto? To the supermarket, they got to pay the distributors got to pay the farmers, and the farmers got to pay for their seeds and fertilizer and pesticides and all the stuff that they use. So eventually down the line, that money is going back to all those corporations. It's going back to whoever makes diesel tractors. It's going back to who makes fertilizer, pesticides. You know what I'm saying? And now that they got these, proprietary seeds, where the farmer got to buy the seeds every year. At the end of the day, that's what that money is for. And how much ever money you got during your time of being on EBT, that's how much money they was able to launder through you. Peace, and masters to cover up when you're doing crimes. I mean, with the situation that's going to be happening, with the economy and everything and the unemployment, you know, True Self came in. Now his boss said they're going to start locking up all the homeless people on some concentration camp type time, testing drugs on them. Apex Cypher said his master's only $8 and they say peace on it. Yeah, I mean, uh, it's definitely in New York with the way they characterized the situation with how this impacted the homeless, you know what I'm saying? And, a lot of it is that a lot of the services that they was receiving, they can't receive it now. Like if you mentally disturbed, you know what I'm saying, depending on where you was going to the hospital at, if the you know what I'm saying, if their preparation for the crisis was that okay, listen, we're not accepting people that don't have a life and death situation. Some of them not getting their stuff, man. Different places, like if I'm going to the supermarket, right, and I'm seeing that the food is going bad, the same thing is happening at the soup kitchens and stuff where they go. You know what I mean? So, they already in the street. They're already hard time, hungry, naked, and out the door. You understand what I mean? So, you know, it's no, there's no room behind them to take it to fall back. You know what I'm saying? And so, very, a very bad situation, broke out with them in terms of their condition. You know what I'm saying? Um, during this situation right here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that you require some assistance. You know what I mean? Just to be normal with the rest of us. The people in the nursing homes and the different places like that. You know, it's been a struggle for them, and just the way everything got out of hand, and they already was having this type of discussion. You know what I'm saying, about the homeless in LA and San Francisco and different places. So yeah, I could very easily see them using this, you know what I'm saying, as justification for rounding them up. That's how Devon said the Bozo tribe was situated in West Africa by the Niger River in Mali, meaning straw house. That's what Bozo means, straw house. Hmm. Learn something new every day. True self. Yeah, yeah, I got this new little program right here. You know what I'm saying? I do the little, I do the little. We got the video calling right here. That's how we get down there. As W said, everything except hospitals, police, and fire departments been open on Mondays for the past month. It's called Be Still Mondays. A lot of stuff is real unnecessary out here. Yeah, you know how much value you've been providing as a company. You know what I'm saying is gonna start being. You know what I'm saying? The Christian said mask versus no mask fights breaking out at your local Walmart line. Shopping carts are closed. Fight, ninja, ninja the white. If the digital way, we all jump in. You know, I almost got into something, but this dude took his shoes off though in a closed environment. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it was like indirect. You know what I'm saying? Where that don't really got nothing to do with the crisis, but at the same time, he wouldn't have been doing that if it wasn't for the crisis. You know, and it didn't really become a situation, but it was just one of those situations where I had already made my decision. If he didn't put his shoes back on, how I was gonna handle it. But you know, fortunately, everything came out peace. Wait, hold on. City Island, what's going on? He did something bad on City Island? Don't tell me City Island. Man, I'm running my mouth in here tonight, man. Infinite satisfaction. So my neighbor said City Island seafood spots were open and had 2-hour lines with cops monitoring heavy for masks and social distancing. Whoa, people still going to City Island? I mean, I guess so though. So what are they gonna do with all that stuff? The bar said people lined up at one crab shack close to his rest the past weekend. Like Cypher said, they not coming in his house. Yeah, that's they got those type of plans. You know, where you know either they want to be able to come in your house, extract the person. You know, the last because that was something I heard. I didn't hear this particular line in a minute, but you know, one of the logics behind it was that the house has started becoming the major transmission point. That they were saying that the most cases that people was getting now when they trace. So, you know, yeah, that's these are the kind of things that's circulating in their minds right now. 793rd, you know, they can't control the hoarding and greed though. Yeah, that's one thing. Is that it's an inertia with that stuff. And once you scare the people all up like that, you can't just scare them back down. You know, when you know, we ain't talking about just, you know, you surprise somebody and then you know, they might have thought it was somebody else and then they seen it was you and then it's, you know, that's one thing. I'm saying when you plant this fear and then you nurture it and you cultivate it up to the level where it's at right now, yeah, you can't just scare them back down 793rd. Asiatic mathematics said I like building with strangers when I'm out, but haven't been able to because of this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, don't talk to strangers. That used to be a childhood thing. But you know, even I had to say, you know, look, I had a couple episodes where, you know, see, New York was kind of like that, you know, in the 80s, where somebody asks you a question, you know, you face them up like, what? Wait, what? You know what I'm saying? Just to make sure that they know that I'm on point. I don't know if you asking me that as a way to throw me off guard so you could try something. But yeah, a couple of times people spoke to me during this time, like they just asking me whether the directions, and I'm looking at them like I'm observing them. Like, let me see, do you look like you might have it? Same way as back in the day, somebody might ask you for some directions, or they might ask you what time it is, and you look at them and you speak in a manner. See, Shaquem, where's Shaquem? Shaquem from Flatbush should tell you that. you I had a couple episodes like that too, where people ask me questions like, "Well, stay back, son," and that's yeah. And I'm not even scared. So imagine the people that's actually thinking about that stuff. True Self said, "Where are the other numbers coming from? My 1 in 10 has 196 million." I'm sure that's a typo right there. 196,940,000 square miles, no land and no water. You know, True Self, that's what the video was about. I don't know if you got to the 1 in 14 yet. You see, when you deal with the 196,940,000, you know what I'm saying? That's telling you the measurement of the whole planet Earth. But see, it tells you in the lessons, right, that the original man knows every square inch of the planet Earth. So now you get into the details. So, some of the details is right there. But they all throughout 120 when you look, you know what I'm saying? The first thing you see is, like you said, land and water. It's not supposed to have land and water in 1 in 10. If you got land and water in your 1 in 10, you got the Muslim lesson. But that's the first bit of details that it give you right there. How much is land and how much is water? And then when you go into the water and the land, it breaks that down into more details. The Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Arctic Ocean. Then when you go into the land, like I said, you got some of the details in the degree that you got right now, right? You got the useful land, you got the deserts, you got the hills and mountains, right? And then something not mentioned in those lessons is the ice cap land. We had a video on this. This was one of the early videos. You probably gotta go back to December. 12,345,000 square miles of ice cap land. You know what I'm saying? And these are the details of any cipher that we're dealing with. Because the earth is a cipher that we living out our history on, our activity. So knowing the details of all these different situations is how we know how to act and interact accordingly. Your true self, that's the fifth degree. Yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna be dealing with the fifth degree. The brothers they took me off course today. We now we covering it to how we usually do. But this really these what's the names right here is really supposed to be for the earth. They excited said, yeah, it's messed up about the homeless. Yeah, yeah, that's gonna be another situation to see, you know, how society as a whole, handles that. As Born said, they've been pushing the homeless to the back burner slowly for a while now. 793rd said, like Saladin Kwana has said, in that when he was building a few years back, that food bank food was for the homeless, and how the checkers need that. How the people the food bank was already servicing people that had jobs. You know what I mean? Which is, some D Christian was saying that, yeah, some people, you know what I'm saying? It's my volume is low. Try to turn it up. 1 2 1 2. It looks good. Yeah, man, 793rd. Yeah, he taking their shoes off, and it's like, yo, it's just one of the things that's like, us friends, look, put your shoes on. Hey, we both gotta be here right now, this small section. You're gonna have to put your shoes on. Or the Christian said, all the zombies out along with the automatons. This is the night of the living dead. Yeah, you know, uh, you know, civilization is something that you gotta deal with every day. You know what I'm saying? Not, of course we know from the standpoint that we talk about what is the meaning of civilization. These are things we gotta deal with second to second. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying, like for instance, right? A lot of y'all brothers, you know what I'm saying? Y'all out in different places. Even God type of divine. You know what I'm saying? God type of divine was telling us about how he's a property owner, you know what I'm saying, and everything. And so, anybody that's, you out in the country, whether you own the property or not, you know that civilization is something that has to be maintained. Meaning if you don't cut your grass and, take care of your yard, the forest will overgrow, the wilderness will overgrow your house. So, you know, all this different infrastructure that's there. You know what I'm saying? If we having parts of the city that's not being used, then yeah, that's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see the zombies come out over there. They excited, so they better be ready to get into his rest. I mean, uh, yeah, and we got to be ready to, you know, make word is life. Now, as Vaughn says, what you call a powder keg, yeah, if something is gonna have to, you know, yeah, 793rd. The real crisis is the fear now. Apex Cyber said, not by choice. I've been homeless a big portion of my life. What do they expect people to do? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's one of them situations where, you know, I don't want to be crowded by them either, but at the same time, you know, that's that's also, it's something that, as long as you got the mentality that, you a hustler, you know what I'm saying, and you taking advantage of the capitalist system, it serves as a kind of justification that there's people that is being hurt by society, you know what I'm saying, or they not doing good within society, you know what I'm saying, but you can kind of pass it off. You can kind of pass it off as yeah, you can kind of pass it off as you know, as something that those people are doing wrong. So yeah, they, you know, and plus they're a population of people that, you know what I'm saying, they don't have political power, they don't have economic power. So whatever you do to them, it's not gonna have no ramifications. You know what I'm saying? We had a discussion about that right there. That, you know, at the end of the day, that's what politics comes down to. You know what I'm saying? Every country got a military, and you know what I'm saying, the Department of Defense or whatever you want to call it. You know, they got a military apparatus because there has to be some consequences to disrespect. Original C said, notice how they're pushing the census agency even more than normal, being that everyone is in the house. Yeah, peace. You gotta hold on. Let me put the link in the let me put the link in the comment section again. Yeah, you gotta click on that link in order to get in on the live. All right, now we born. All right, got peace. Doing. You gotta unmute yourself, peace. You got your mic muted, peace.
Peace. Peace, G.
Peace to the God, what's the deal?
Yeah, I don't know how many times the devil gotta show us he the devil. Peace.
Peace, G. Peace to the God, what's the deal? You gotta turn your what's today down.
How many times the devil gotta show us he the devil. Peace.
Peace to the God, what's the deal? You gotta turn your what's today down.
How many times the devil gotta show us he the devil. Peace.
Turn your computer down.
Alright,
You gotta turn your what's today down.
Alright, got you. Alright, hold on. Hold fast, God.
Turn your computer down.
Alright, bet you can hear me, G?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Indeed, I had the true vision up. But yeah, you know, man, we know the problem, so now it's solution time. I told Wifey, I said, yo, soon as like before they start like keeping everybody stagnant, I was like, I thought it was gonna be a huge migration. You know, it'd be 30 of us in one apartment, so I thought everybody was gonna come down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this shit passed, brothers gotta come down, man, and they trying to keep us apart. I think they scared. They study us. So they seen everybody linking up. And they said, yo, we gotta come up with something to keep these brothers apart. These brothers about to come with it. Like everybody I know was, unifying, coming together, building, and doing what we do. Now they try to, separate. But that's what the devil do, though. He being him, we just gotta be us.
Mm-hmm.
That's that 196. 940,000 wisdom born. That's BI right there. And the law bets BI. So we gotta handle business.
Well, that's the two sciences, man. You know what I'm saying? a lot of times people only look at the divide and conquer side. You know what I'm saying? But there's
Indeed.
also conquer and then divide. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, when we look at, you know, a lot of the countries right now, right, that come from World War I and World War II, or they come from the British colonial system, they all use a formula that came from the Roman Empire, which was you conquer a province, right? And then when you draw the lines of whatever that state is going to be, you make sure to include people that had conflict the whole time. You see what I'm saying? So now that conflict will be going on. You know, they kind of self-checking themselves in that realm of the empire. You understand what I mean? So instead of us constantly having to go over there and take down revolts and revolutions because these people is one mind, you know what I'm saying? We coming in acting like the peacemaker. Right. When in reality, it's because of our situation that we created that it's even conflict. You see what I'm saying? So that's a tactic that they use, you know what I'm saying? Once they have the power, they divide certain people. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. That's how I see that mask, like you was building on with the mask. Like how you go up to your brother, not know, know that's your brother. Right? Because the mask is covering up. Is a God degree in the 1 to 14. You know, he wants to think we all different.
Yeah, now I was just laughing, you know, because that's the new story out. I don't know if y'all, if anybody else been hearing, they got a new story out that the African killer bees now have reached the yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that see it's every single thing, you know, that's one of the first things it tells you in the degrees. You know, the devil planted fear in him when he was a little boy.
Say that.
You see what I'm saying? So that, you know, once the fear is in you, it's just something that you're going to react to regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like the fear might have been planted in you of one thing, but once it's in you, you understand what I'm saying? And once the emotion has mastered you and you haven't mastered the emotion, you could be scared of anything.
Oh.
You understand what I'm saying? It don't really, like I said, you could have a person, they could walk down the street, right? And they don't see nobody. Like they don't see nobody, you know, and they get scared. And then you can have that same person walk down that same street, right? And they see somebody and get scared.
Wow.
The fear is a part of them. You understand what I mean? And they was never taught how to overcome the fear. You see what I'm saying? In other, like if you join a gang, that's the first thing they show you is how to overcome the fear. They send you into something for you to face your fear. You understand what I'm saying? And I even seen some of them talking about it where they was like, you know, you could see some dudes in the making where it's like they see them on their first mission. You know what I'm saying? When they first get in the gang and it's like, yo, they all scared and they sweaty. And he was like, yo, you see the same kid 2 or 3 months later and, you know, people shooting at him and he's sitting there smoking a cigarette. It don't even affect him. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Yeah. Because they've sent you into a situation where they showed you that the fear is just a natural emotion for you to be, you know, for you to know to observe your surroundings, but not to let it take you over. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right.
We got God Cypher Divine just punched in.
Oh.
But yeah, that's definitely, that's why I said, you know, right now, just the fear that they built up. You know what I'm saying? And you know, so the people is gonna react regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like after that, you know, even in terms of all the different information that's out there. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, you got some people that ain't never gonna get a 5G phone. You know what I'm saying? You got every little thing you could think of that they said that it came from. You know what I'm saying? You got people that ain't never gonna do that again. Because that's in them. It don't, you know what I'm saying? It don't even have nothing to do with the information.
Right, Lord. And that's why, like, a lot of times I try to, hold my tongue, because you gotta be careful what you say, because we got casualties of war in this war going on. So it's like, even though when you do the research to it, you see a lot of, bullshit in it, but at the same time, brothers and lost people. So it's like, that shit real. When this shit, if it's gonna pass, and when it do pass, it's like brothers still got people that's not gonna be there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, gotta be real careful.
And that was, enough to, make the whole thing manifest in terms of, it's real enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think of how many things was totally illusion that they got people to go for. You know what I'm saying? But this has been real enough to where,
right.
Like I said, yeah, none of us could deny it, fully. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like I said, just to me, the impact, you know what I'm saying? There's been lots of things over the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe not right now, not right now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that, if you go back into the 80s and the 90s, I'm pretty sure we were seeing type comparable numbers. You know what I'm saying? For brothers returning in the hood. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, say that.
But we didn't see no national movement for that. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Put all the emphasis. Right.
See, it's like,
Exactly.
Look, we can go back 6 months ago, right? And we go in any hood, the bars in Baltimore, you know what I'm saying? Brothers out in LA, I'm in New York, you know what I'm saying? And we go into the neighborhoods and listen, unemployment has been 25, 30% steadily.
Right.
For 40, 50 years. You know what I'm saying? But you don't see no national movement to do like the brother was saying, universal basic income and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? But for instance, when you look at the Depression, that was a situation where white people was out of work on that level. And you see a national movement, you know what I'm saying, to have that done.
Indeed. I remember I used to watch Fox News, and it'd be like, on the bottom they got the little words and all that, and it'd say like, drug shipment is down 60%. I'm like, if you know the percent of it being down, then you know what the fuck's coming in. So it's like, could he fool them now? He is a big man. You take big, and that's gonna come to knowledge build. So all we gotta do is just keep building, man. And you can see like all this shit's right in the lessons. You could see it. Shit's right in the lessons. They're gonna disappear. They're gonna say, yo, we open up everything. And then they're gonna say, basically, brothers been in the hood, been in the streets, know it's like, it's like the 52 fake out, man. It's a 52 fake out.
Mm-hmm.
You could see it a lot of times when brothers when you start losing people that's close to you. Like, I'm not gonna speak on that because that's something that my loved one's still here. I lost a couple, but my basic family is still here. So it's like, I know a dude that lost his mom and his pops due to this. So it's like, who the fuck am I to talk about, what I feel about it without not like taking his feelings into, consideration.
Mm-hmm. But it's one of the things though, I was building with this brother where it's like, it's something that it definitely it's like, for the weak, this took them out. You understand what I'm saying? But now it's also a sign for the strong.
Right. That's right.
Because now they're getting ready to see who's the resistors.
Right.
They get ready to see who's the people, you know, like right now, if you still not wearing your mask, that's why Cuomo's coming down with the hammer, you know, all the people they come, because if you still not wearing your mask, it's not that you're just a resistor. Like they already got a profile built on you that look, this the same dudes that do this. This is the same dude.
Yeah.
When we try to get this done, you know, the people that don't be listening, yeah, he's one of them. You know what I'm saying? This is the same people don't do the census. This is it. You understand what I'm saying?
Whoa.
And they got they stuff built up. You know what I'm saying? Meaning they already got all those acts that they passed. They let some time pass, but they passed all those emergency powers acts. You know what I'm saying? The way I was looking at it when they said that, you know, if you in New York and they had to approach you and give you a ticket, right?
Yeah.
Your charge is gonna be defying an emergency order.
Mm.
Yeah, I never heard of that one.
Mm.
I never heard of that one before.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? So what that means is that, I mean, well, that's just something that makes it obvious to you that when they pass that type of thing, it puts whole new laws on the books.
Right.
Whole new signs for us to have to deal with.
I gotta go back to that guard degree because you know you see the shit happening overseas, and brothers be like, "Yo, that I don't got nothing to do with me." So all along, they making them the enemy, and then they fucking around, you know, passing the laws domestically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is going to definitely, I see that coming too. That this is a refocus, right, onto domestic things. You know what I'm saying?
Yup. They wear the fatigues over there. Right here, they wear, you know, they wear that blue, whatever color.
Yeah, meaning that look, you know,
There's a war going on outside.
Yeah, and because look at how many things this knocked out the news.
Right, exact.
Yeah, like to me, the first casualty of this was Bernie Sanders. Because see, Bernie Sanders, the position that he was in, he needed to constantly be in the news to keep his position. See, just like they told you, by them covering Trump so much, they actually raised his profile.
Say that, Lord.
Yeah.
Right, exact.
Oh, yeah, so
right,
that's what I'm saying. Things of that nature. So look, right now you ain't hearing about the Palestinians.
Right.
Hearing, you know, remember
disappeared. Nigga disappeared.
A couple months ago, they was talking about, yo, we got to get out of Afghanistan. We've been there 20 years. You know, they ain't talking about none of that no more. That's what I'm saying. So now it's shifted back on to domestic groups. What I'm saying is that, you know, I'm saying in context of like the 60s, where, you know, they're looking at Martin Luther King as the greatest threat to America. You understand what I'm saying? Not necessarily no people that's gonna come and fly an airplane into a building. It's the domestic people, you know what I'm saying? COINTELPRO is the major investigation that they got going on, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to since 9/11, the major investigation they had going on was anti-terrorism.
Yeah, it's like you said, like, you know, during 9/11, you know, you kept seeing the terror alert raise. Remember they had like them colors, and they'd be like, yo, it's on this color. Keep raising it up. Just like with the, you know, the deaths. Keep raising it up, keep raising it up. Like one of the guards said earlier, you know, you gotta fast. Like fasting is cutting off that television, cutting off that music. Like I was on my 70s vibe today, and that shit, I'm like, damn, I'm thinking we going through it. What they was spitting in them lyrics and them words. I'm like, damn, like who am I to complain? Whoa, hey, them lyrics, yo, shit. Whoa.
Well, you know, they had less stuff to distract them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right,
you know,
right.
you couldn't just go on your Instagram and get, you know, 1,500 likes to make yourself feel better. You know what I'm saying, about the condition that was really going on.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, now you got so many ways to live vicariously. You know what I'm saying? You know, reality TV and all these different things that, you know, people don't really, you know, one of the things which I said this the other day, you know, a common enemy brings about unity faster than a common cause.
Right. I heard when you said right. That's right.
And you know, the
It's 1 o'clock.
the common terrible situation that everybody was dealing with, you know, from you know, I don't want to say 1865 like it started then, but I'm just saying from, you know, the time when brothers is forming somewhat their own society, you know what I'm saying, and really have the power to be unified. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you on a slave plantation, you born on a slave plantation, right? You've been there your whole life. You know, you don't know that it's other black people. You know, like you don't have no idea of knowing what the population is, I'm saying. Like, you know, these slaves right here on this farm, and maybe you go to town, you know what I'm saying? But do you know there's a whole other state? You know what I'm saying? Do you know there's whole other people, you know what I'm saying? Unless you a particular kind of slave that maybe they taking you around to certain things.
Mm.
But other than that, your whole world is the plantation. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of people, they can't, you know, and it's still that way. You know, they world is the plantation of Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And they so caught up in that world that, you know, the sky could fall around them and they really not gonna notice. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, but like I said, you know, we each thing that was happening, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, I don't know if that's counted as much, but, you know, as the media started growing, you know, the media is catching this stuff too. Like, the media is seeing what happens on Edmund Pettus Bridge. You know what I'm saying? The media is seeing these stories of the girls getting blown up in the church. You know what I'm saying? The media is seeing these stories of, you know, people getting killed at the Mississippi March and all of that. You understand what I'm saying? But, you know, at this day and time right now, you know, and see, that's the lesson. You know, this is not really related to us all that much, just in terms of seeing things what they really are and not what they appear to be, right? That's the lesson. That's the lesson from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, is how they conceal what they doing. Meaning, like, Watergate was not the last time somebody recorded somebody saying something in the government. It's just the last time they got caught doing it. You understand what I'm saying? The same. Like, remember in Iraq, right? When they had the embedded reporters.
Nah, what you mean by embedded?
They had reporters that they sent out with the army to.
Okay, yeah, indeed.
All right, now a lot of people think that they sent them to report on the actual goings on in the war, but in reality, they put them with the army so they could control what they broadcast. Because, see, in Vietnam, you had reporters over there broadcasting what they wanted to. And when those images got back to America, it broke the will of the Americans to want to fight the war. So in order to control that from happening, right, we control the situation. We put the reporters with us. The same way, look, you know, we spoke on it a couple times on here where the NAACP, right, was a kind of revolution that was acceptable to them. You know what I'm saying? We don't want it to be full revolution. We want it to be a revolution that we can control.
Right.
And so we give support to that side of the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. I was watching the Hunger Games the other day, man. I was, you know, doing analysis of that shit, and that's just crazy, man. I just see like that's why I said, well, you know, what's going on up the road, because you know, like stimulus, that's the create a like a reaction. So you give all these brothers this money, and then you in the projects, brothers masked up. It's like, man, that shit is a rope to hang themselves, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I thought like soon as brothers start hearing about it, I told wifey, I said, yo, it's about to be a migration. You about to see, you know how we do. Brothers live out the trunk of their car. And I thought brothers gonna come down by the carload, boatload, plane load. I was like, they coming. I thought brothers gonna come down, shoot down, man. They
Yeah.
lie so much. It's like, is they joking? And Trump keep saying fake news and all this, and so every time he's saying fake, you see something real. They could put some real shit on there. If you're not seeing it with your third eye, you're not understanding instead of overstanding. You're not understanding it, then you're gonna get fooled every time, man. Cause me, like I'm like 6'7", so I'd rather the ground go from underneath me than that shit to come down on my head. Oh, that shit come down on your head. Yo, this is gonna put you out of here. Oh.
Yeah. But you know,
I already know the 211, we come together, it's over with. So as soon as this shit, I just think that they study us and they seem like, yo, these brothers coming together, brothers getting together, yo, we gotta come up with something, virus, anything. Let's make something to keep them apart. I still get my brothers that. Like brothers do all that little elbow shit.
Yeah.
Then want to smoke the blunt behind you or drink the Henny behind you. It's like, if we're gonna go full force with that shit, then do it full force. I ain't knocking anybody because I get on a lot of brothers that do that shit. But at the same time, I know the dap. Like I dap my brother up and it's real dap. Like it's like a energy that exchange. So are they trying to keep us from touching each other or being close because brothers antisocial anyways. Like I'm kind of like antisocial where I don't really I deal with a few. I don't deal with a whole lot of people. But at the same time, it's like the ones I love, like this day and age, I'm gonna hold them tighter, closer, and love the ones I love even more. That's it.
Yeah, no question. You know what I'm saying? But that's one of the things is we got to see what type of necessity comes out of this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because necessity, they say is the mother of invention, but just in general, you know what I'm saying? Once something is necessary, you know what I'm saying, then it becomes prioritized. So, a lot of things that people might have been talking about building and a lot of things that people might have been talking about doing,
That's right.
All of a sudden now you seeing
right.
the urgency of that. You know what I'm saying?
See that.
So a lot of different ways. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it all comes down to control of the people. You know what I'm saying? At this point in time right now, like we were saying in terms of this right here, this is a particular kind of fear of certain things. At one time, governments just ran a protection racket. Like, look, if you be down with us, right? If you down with us, right? If any cats come over here, to try to steal your stuff, we're gonna take care of it.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And at one time, the world was such that, yeah, all right, look, we with that. We'll give you some of our money. We'll pay you taxes, tribute, whatever that is. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, in this day and time, it's a little more complex. You know, people expect a lot more, so we gotta see what's going on. You know, and that's something. That's an idea. I was going to do a whole video on that, man. Is that, you know, the devil don't have more gold. Like this idea that, you know, nah, they got it, they can do. They don't got more gold. It tells you in that degree. It's still. It ain't like that was just in 1930, 1934. No, right now they really don't have no more gold. You understand what I'm saying? So this idea that, you know, they're gonna pull out their bankroll and save us.
Right. In depth.
Yeah, it's really gonna come down to people having the knowledge and wisdom of how to survive.
Right.
You
And
know
it's
what
wild because like even when I go back and think like, you know, I'm from C Truth, right?
I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
lived in Cali. Of course, I'm in Richmond. And, you know, I was in Bronxdale. I was in Crotona Park houses. So to see like projects, like you had an icy lady, you had the candy lady, the food lady.
Mm-hmm.
So we put our resources together, man. We good. You know, we know it's shit like it's like brother get locked up and they say somebody put something on your bed, don't touch it. You know, you gonna go to him, get money, and all along he giving you hard time, hunger, nakedness, and how the doors and all the other ends he got. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that shit in his DNA. While his brother told me, yo, look at the word and. He said, you see DNA and all that shit, and just piling up to build you down, like all them ands. Like we got what we need, man. We got what we need. We just gotta use it.
Mm-hmm. But you
They
know,
know that. That's why they had to come with this. That's why they had to come with this shit. First, they hit us with, you know, Kobe going away. That shit shook everybody up for a minute. Then they come with this. You know?
yeah, that was another thing I didn't realize. You know, myself, I didn't realize that you know it was like that for Kobe. Really, you know, I mean, it was a tragic situation. You know what I mean, in terms of
Well, all of them, I should say. You know,
his,
everybody that, you know,
right,
turn on that.
his daughter being with him,
Whoa,
and
whoa.
and his daughter's friend. It was another little girl that they was all going to play ball or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, but you know, yeah, that was. But you know, this is something right here though, too though. That, you know, what I always looked at, to me, that's kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, you know, you got people that, like you said, it's people right in your family or people in your community or people in your, you know, group of people that you associate with that passed away from this, right?
Whoa,
And look,
yeah.
you
Whoa.
but you had a lot of people that had a more emotional response to Kobe returning, that you don't even know him. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And you had a bigger response. See, all of that to me is a part of the distraction that they
Right.
have in people's minds, where this illusion is more important to you than, you know what I'm saying, your regular life.
Yeah, that's how it is, Lord. Cause look, like I think about it like, boom, okay. I think of it like credit cards, for instance, right? Then you got brothers who gone because of that physical, that dollar. And then when I start seeing people swiping cards, I'm like, my man got his like tooken because of that dollar. Now you walking around with a plastic. Like, so that shit just wild. I was like, brothers done got killed over arguing about who's a better scorer, Kobe or so, like all these shits. Like somebody told me recreation, that shit wrecking creation. And like you said, like now you could see it. Like people thought they probably couldn't live without basketball or sports. You know what I'm saying? Like now that shit ain't here. But look how much attention and you know how much attention and focus you put on that recreation shit when your people right here by you all day and you beefing over them. Like that shit start arguments with rappers, athletes, you know, people arguing about how much who got more money. you counting their pockets. Like you ain't like one dude used to always tell me when he was young, you say, yo, I don't care. He used to be mad because his team lost, but he'll always justify by saying, yo, I don't care, I don't get no check for that. And it's true.
Yeah,
Oh.
people were saying Apex Cypher got a question right here. He said, if they don't have it, how do they have all the money for space travel? All of that's the illusion.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And it's one of them things where as long as you're not paying attention, you know what I'm saying? But the reality is you pay for that.
See that. See that. We give everything its value. We put the value on it.
Yeah. And not just that, but you gotta understand that, listen, in terms of the whole of America, right? Everybody else that's in America, right, besides the black man that's historically been here, right? Well, historically meaning we talking about United States history, not the history of the continent itself, right? The people who, was the slaves, everybody else came here for opportunity. We are the opportunity that they came for. We provided it, meaning the profit that you had, right? You got a farm, right? You got to grow the crops, right? And then you take the crops to the market and you sell them, right? Now you sell the crops that you grew, you sell them for more than you bought the seeds for. In order for you to do that, something has to add value to the seeds. And that something is the labor of whoever's growing it. So now the profit that you're making, or the difference between what you're paying for the seeds and what you're selling the crop for, is how much you can extract from the labor. They extracted 100%. So anytime we producing for them, whether it's in the sense of them colonizing, our country and raping that for the resources, or rather it's from them enslaving our people, right? And then raping that resource, the only money they ever had was the value of us. It's like, those scams, right? You got people on the internet that they'll tell you, look, I did something, right? And then they say, look, I'll show you how to do it if you pay me $10, right? But here's the thing, you never really did the original thing. See, now you make another video where you said, look, I'm a millionaire, but you didn't become a millionaire off of doing that thing. You came a millionaire off of people paying you $10. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same type of scam.
Right.
They got more gold if you come with them to do the labor, but the only goal the whole time was you. So in reality, they ain't got no more gold. You know what I'm saying? When they got a period of time where they can extract something from the people, even when all of that got started, they had just went on a mission where they was able to extract a lot of resources from everybody. That mission being World War II. But right now, they ain't got no more gold. They not gonna save you. Look, you ain't gonna get no more now than you wasn't gonna get in 1934, that you wasn't gonna get in 1776, 1865, 1621, 1555, 1453. You was never gonna get. There never was no gold what they had. This is what I'm saying. Like even in the time, right? Back in when the Arabs was controlling international trade, right, through the Middle East. You know what Europeans had? Cloth. That was what they had to do trading with. They didn't have. That's why they had to go get busy, because the stuff you got, like, yeah, you want spices and stuff, but we don't need. You know, we need this burlap sacks that you making over here, dude.
On the street sense, that sound like ass betting.
See what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff, man, that's how it breaks down. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an advantage or disadvantage that, once you had that experience of being in the street, you know how they say, look, man, all the game is the same. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Say that.
You can recognize it no matter who you see running it. So, I see them running it, and that's what they running. It's a game where they telling you that they got all this money as long, when that's how every Ponzi scheme works.
Say that.
Instance, look, you got people every day. I've asked people for a lot of years now. They said one time, this was years ago, that if you was under a certain age, like say if you was under 40 or something, right? They was like, look, if you over 40, then your Social Security is fine. Don't worry about it. We got you. But if you under 40, you're not gonna get what you expected. But everybody's still paying into the system. Nobody's complaining.
Right.
Nobody's saying, yo, well, why, if you telling me I ain't get no money, why am I still paying into the system? See, that's one thing that's what I'm saying. You got to be aware of that too, that they got a system that they can't allow the system to collapse, because the system itself is a part of the illusion.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like when the police show up at your house, right? And they show you their badge, that's not the real authority. The real thing that gives them authority is the gun. Because if a security guard come up to you with a badge and no gun, you don't treat that the same way.
Yeah, that's a toy. That's a flashlight cop. We throw bottles at him.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the real thing. What gives them the authority? And once the people is behind them, like when they say that's one of the dumbest things I hear people say, is that there's a thin line between us and savagery, and somehow the police is that line.
Oh, that's That's that perception shit.
Yeah. And but see, you're right, it's perception.
That's crazy.
As far as I'm concerned, based on lack of knowledge.
Right. Right there in the lessons, they tell you that right there in the lessons, G. They had more than they were earning, and there's like, that's you. You the owner maker of that.
Yeah. Look, the police is only around since the 1800s.
Yeah.
The NYPD goes back to 1845. Remember, there was no police in the 1700s. That was one of the complaints that led to the Revolutionary War was that soldiers could come in your house and commandeer, they could eat up your food or whatever.
Whoa.
Yeah, they on a military mission.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They could take your crops and say, yeah, we need these for provisions. So that was one of the things, like, nah, son, you can't come to my house. That's one of the things that led up to now it can't be illegal search and seizure.
Indeed.
That's one of the roots of where that came from. You see what I'm saying? It was the military that handled civilian, even unrest. Remember, it wasn't the police that shot Crispus Attucks. It was the army that shot Crispus Attucks.
Mm.
So how can you take something that's only been around for 150 years, right, and say it's responsible for civilization when civilization been around for thousands of years?
See that.
And you can see it to me in New York. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, the people who, the police is still out there working. But see, even like we was talking about this situation with the homeless, in a different situation. See, look, the people that clean the city up, the different sanitation workers, those are the people that it's a thin line between us and savagery.
Oh, wait, say that again, Lord.
The people that actually deal with sanitation that clean the city up, those are the people that it's a thin line between us and living like savages. Because in the places where they not, you don't listen. I don't even go over there no more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Yeah. It's certain streets where you walk down, they haven't collected the garbage, and look, the rats they ready to jump you for coming on a turf.
Whoa.
You understand what I'm saying? But they got you thinking that it's the police. So
Man, I seen it with that third eye. And that mom's oh, I see that too, Lord.
yeah, man.
It's wild, cause you go buy a house first, nobody go get the land. They spend all this money on the house, you ain't even get the land. One who got the land, get you out of the house.
What's this article right here you sent me? What's this article right here you sent me? Yeah, I can add more people to the live video original. See, you gotta click the link. I'm gonna put it in there again right now. Anybody who want to come on, just click that link. It could be up to 6 people.
No, Lord, it's one what is it? Say power going through knowledge, right? So I'm gonna go to the power farming degree. Why we take Jerusalem from the devil? How long ago? Because one of our righteous brothers was a prophet by the name of Jesus, was buried there, and they used his name to show their dirty religion, which is Christianity. Also to see the people to believe in him. Jesus' teachers was not Christianity; it was freedom, justice, and equality. Jerusalem is in Palestine, Asia Minor. Jerusalem is a name given by the Jews, which means founded in peace. It was built first by the original man, which was Jebu, Salim, and Ariel. Took the city from the devil about 750 years ago. So one thing, like Jesus said, like, be in the world and not of it. So we gotta just like, let the devils do what they do. We gotta do what we gotta do, man. Be just us.
Yeah.
Ain't no justice for us. That's they talking about these self. So we gotta be us and come together, and this shit gotta make us build harder. And all this FaceTime and that shit cool. But me, I'm more old fashioned and live and direct. Like you said, mouth to ear.
Well, I think that unfortunately might end up being the good part of this. You know what I'm saying? Is that it takes some things sometimes, man, to wake people up.
Right. That's right.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
look, on the lesson, it tell you like 379 years ago, God. Like, it's like he's still fooling us. He still got us scared. We big men, we grown men now. Still scared?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean,
what I'm kind of worried about, God. And I know we make rain, hail, snow, earthquakes. I'm worried about all these storms they keep producing and all these going into like, and then you look at the weather, man. Like you could look at these dudes and see they wicked. You could just like you've been in the streets, so you've been around. You could look at somebody and tell. like the weatherman, like they count down to hurricane season, like the shit is the new year and celebrating it.
Yeah, go ahead, keep building, God. I'm coming right back right now.
They like you know, we keep fooling us. Like, man, we gotta get with each other, man, build and change this, man, because we the only one that's gonna do it. Ain't no relief gonna come to us till we come to our own aid. That shit smoke break.
Yeah, no doubt. I had to step out the room real quick. I'm looking for this link too that the guy just sent me. The guy sent us a link about an article about the police. All right, hold on. Let's check what this is about.
On there. He's on behind.
History of policing in the United States. The development of policing in the United States. Hold on for a second. I forgot I could be fancy now. Yeah, yeah. I got technology.
God got some gadgets. God got some gadgets.
Technology. Hold up. Let me show y'all how this works out, man. Yeah, hold on. I get it. All right. Yeah, that's what we looking at. That's what we looking at right there now. You see, I could be fancy like this now.
That's fire. That's fire right there.
The development of policing in the United States closely followed the development of policing in England. In the early colonies, policing took two forms. It was both informal and communal, which is referred to as the watch, or private for-profit policing, which is called the big stick.
Yeah.
The watch system was composed of community volunteers whose primary duty was to warn of impending danger. Boston created a night watch in 1636, New York in 1658, and Philadelphia in 1700s. The night watch was not a particularly effective crime control device. Watchmen often slept or drank on duty while the watch was theoretically voluntary. Many volunteers were simply attempting to evade military service, were conscript forced into service by their town, or were performing watch duties as a form of punishment. Philadelphia created the first day watch in 1833, and New York instituted a day watch in 1844 as a supplement to its new municipal police force. See? New York got police in 1845. Augmenting the watch system was the system of constables, official law enforcement officers usually paid by the fee system for warrants they served. Constables had, they was paying, they been paying. I thought that was something new, man. They've been paying you to bring in bodies since then, man. Constables had a variety of non-law enforcement functions to perform as well, including serving as land surveyors and verifying the accuracy of weights and measures. In many cities, constables were given the responsibility of supervising the activities of the night watch. These informal modalities of policing continued well after the American Revolution. It was not until the 1830s that the idea of a centralized municipal police department first emerged in the United States. In 1838, the city of Boston established the first American police force, followed by New York City in 1845, Albany, New York, and Chicago in 1851, New Orleans and Cincinnati in 1853, Philadelphia in 1855, Newark, New Jersey, and Baltimore in 1857. By the 1880s, all major U.S. cities have municipal police forces in place. Yeah. See, I did a little bit of once I found myself, having to deal with the criminal justice system, I did a little bit of research into it. So, so we got a little jump here, and then it says in the southern states, the development of American policing followed a different path. The genesis of the modern police organization in the South is the slave patrol. The first formal slave patrol was created in the Carolina colonies in 1704. Slave patrols had three primary functions. One, to chase down, apprehend, and return to their owners runaway slaves. Two, to provide a form of organized terror to deter slave revolts. And three, to maintain a form of discipline for slave workers who were subject to summary justice outside of the law if they violated any plantation rules. Following the Civil War, these vigilante-style organizations evolved into modern Southern police departments, primarily as a means of controlling freed slaves who were now laborers working in an agricultural caste system and enforcing Jim Crow segregation laws designed to deny freed slaves equal rights and access to the political system. The key question, of course, is what was it about the United States in the 1830s that necessitated the development of local centralized bureaucratic police forces? One answer is that cities were growing. The United States was no longer a collection of small cities and rural hamlets. Urbanization was occurring at an ever quickening pace. An old informal watch and constable system was no longer adequate to control disorder. Anecdotal accounts suggest increasing crime and vice in urban centers. Mob violence, particularly violence directed at immigrants and African Americans by white youths, occurred with some frequency. Public disorder, mostly public drunkenness and sometimes prostitution, was more visible and less easily controlled in growing urban centers than it had been in rural villages. But evidence of an actual crime wave is lacking. So if the modern American police force was not a direct response to crime, then what was it a response to? More than crime, modern police forces in the United States emerged as a response to disorder. What constitutes social and public order depends largely on who is defining those terms. And in the cities of the 19th century America, they were defined by the mercantile interests who, through taxes and political influence, supported the development of bureaucratic policing institutions. These economic interests had a greater interest in social control than crime control. Private and for-profit policing was too disorganized and too crime-specific in form to fulfill these needs. The emerging commercial elites needed a mechanism to ensure a stable and orderly workforce, a stable and orderly environment for the conduct of business, and the maintenance of what they referred to as the collective good. These mercantile interests also wanted to divest themselves of the cost of protecting their own enterprises, transferring those costs from the private sector to the state. Yeah, that was this is pretty much what I read on it too. Yeah, this is where's this article came from again? This article is from Eastern Kentucky University. Eastern Kentucky University Police Studies Online. If anybody needs to refer to that in some of their research. Jasim said that part. Which part? Which part were you pointing out to us in particular? What was the part in particular you was pointing out to it? Yeah, I did hear that too. I heard two things about cops and where cops come from. Constable on patrol is one thing I heard, right? Another thing I heard was that they wore copper badges. They wore copper badges. And so they started being called coppers and then the cops.
Coppers. You always heard that term too, coppers.
Yeah. I that was another origin I heard for it, you know. I can't speak, you know, to definite of either one of them, but those are the two things that I heard.
Yeah, I heard that too a lot, coppers.
The slave patrol part, yeah, most definitely. Did anybody see the documentary? I think it was the documentary for the riots in LA, and they was talking about the riots in the 60s, I'm saying. And they was talking about how the dude who was the police commissioner in LA before Daryl Gates, that in the 50s he started noticing, in the late 40s and 50s he started noticing a lot of black people coming out there, and that what he did was he went to the deep south. Like he went to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, you know, Eastern Texas, you know, these type of places, and that's where he recruited the new police force from. And so they was the kind of people that when they got to LA, we didn't need to give you an official paper that said, "Listen, we need you to keep those black people in check." You know what I'm saying? They were people that was already raised to feel that black people need to stay in a place. You see what I mean? So now when we get, you know, like you resting in well, you in Virginia right now, but you know, in Jersey on the turnpike, they had a situation like that. 793rd probably could tell us more about it, where, you know, there was a lot of black people getting jacked up on the turnpike. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of people, you know, from people who was actually committing crimes to, you know, people's grandmothers, you know what I'm saying, getting pulled over and all their stuff thrown out, some of them getting arrested and all of that. And, you know, one of the things that broke that down from happening at the level it was that eventually something happened, right, where the cops went overboard with the people they was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And so the New Jersey Highway Patrol tried to throw these cops under the bus, like, nah, they was acting on their own. And somehow these cops was able to prove that, nah, these are the orders that y'all was giving us.
Yeah.
Black people on the highway right here and put them through hell. You understand what I'm saying? And when he was able to prove that, it actually went to the level where there was people that got appeals. Like there was dudes who was locked up that their case had originated on the turnpike or originated, with certain particular cops, certain particular what's the names? Assata Shakur, that was years before this. You know what I'm saying? K Black C Supreme, he brought up Assata Shakur, just saying, that what he's saying in terms of they was jacking people up, black people, on the New Jersey Turnpike for decades by the time this case came out. You know what I'm saying? Like Assata Shakur, this is the early 70s. You know what I'm saying? Or sometime in the 70s. You know what I'm saying? But this case that had occurred, this was sometime in the 90s when everything hit the fan.
Them Jersey cops is rough too, boy.
Yeah, Jersey is a state like that. Yeah. It's a lot of private property in Jersey. Like the whole New Jersey, the whole 1 and 9 is, well, it used to be factories. You know what I'm saying? When it was the whole 95 and the whole 1 and 9, the New Jersey Transit, all of that runs through factory towns. You know what I'm saying? Where, the same way it was describing in that article that the guy sent us, you know what I'm saying, is that, they was busting heads to make sure everybody stayed in line so you could be at the factory on time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There was another documentary about part of the Great Migration to Chicago. You know what I'm saying? And there was a guy on there who was talking about how, there was a time where, you go out on Friday, Saturday night, right? Get in a fight and kill somebody. And Monday morning, your boss could show up at the jail and say, "Look, I need to sign my nigga out. I need my nigga on the factory floor right now."
Fuck
yeah, I mean, and as long as you kill somebody that was black or whatever you did, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't no particular property owner that was there saying, "No, he destroyed my property." You get out. They send you back to work. K Black C Supreme was pointing out that they still got a bounty on Assata Shakur head to this day. These is one of the things that I felt some kind of way in terms of Obama.
I was thinking that, Lord.
I don't know if he did or not.
Yeah.
Hold up, got somebody else in the room with us, Original Seed. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Lord? That was another. Oh, Original Seed, you got yourself muted.
Peace.
Peace to the God.
Peace, peace, family.
Peace.
Yeah.
That.
The God, you was adding on to a good point, though. I just wanted to add on.
All right, but that's another thing with Obama. And don't get me wrong, he let a New York hero out. You know what I'm saying? A new guy.
Right.
Guy Fisher's a New York hero. You know what I mean? Street wise.
Oh, he let Guy out?
Yeah, he let Guy Fisher out.
Oh, whoa.
So that was peace.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
You ain't let no Panthers out? Or am I mistaken? Did he let some brothers out? Like you ain't, For me, that's what I thought, but he had to make his own decision. It's his discretion. But I wish he would have let somebody like that out.
Right.
But go ahead, God. What you were saying you wanted to add on to?
Yeah, about them Jersey cops, man. And as far as that turnpike situation, man, that was ill because I think it was a college kid or something, like some college kids. That's what it was. They got pulled over, and like the cop did something crazy to them. You know what I mean? They was just on their way from school or something.
Yeah,
I remember that too. This happened like in the 90s,
yeah,
right there on the turnpike.
yeah,
They was profiling. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. So all they do is they keep coming up with different ways of classifying the profiling. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now, they don't gotta say black people. They could just say areas of high poverty. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? And they still capture all the same people. You know what I'm saying? Or they could uh, direct something at poor performing schools, and they know who's the people that you know what I'm saying, but they adjusting how they speak on the oppression. So the same thing with the police. You know what I'm saying? They keep adjusting, what the threshold is to bust heads.
New Jersey cops look like Aryan Nation brothers. Them niggas look bald heads and look like ex-college football players.
You know, I saw a story about that too. I don't know if anybody from Jersey saw this, but there was something I saw some years ago that was saying that the people who started the New Jersey Highway Patrol was from Nazi Germany.
Whoa, they
Mm.
look like that.
Yeah, and they said that if you look at their uniform, that their uniform and everything is some kind of replica of some Nazi uniform. I didn't do a whole bunch of in-depth research on it. You know what I'm saying? But when I heard that was during the time where they was doing people dirty, so it was kind of easy for me to just go along with it. But I did hear that about the New Jersey State Highway Patrol. So again, like I said, it's people who they already have that mentality. They've already been raised with that mentality that some people need to be kept in their place.
I go back to the God degree, God, right? The 1 to 14. Because, on TV, they show you the worst parts of so-called Africa, right? Now they could go to BT and show you some wild ass young wild rappers until they see like, yo, look, you see how they act? That's why we doctrinate and it could basically, sway their mind to see why, their life ain't worth nothing. So they always show the, they always try to show the, what they consider the worst part and shit. And that shit feeds right into what they teach their babies, and they get to see that shit. And then that's why you come out in public, they'll just try to say something slick to you. But you say that to the wrong person, you might get punched in the face or slapped. Like that TV shit, that shit ain't that shit ain't real. But it just goes to show you how they play on that perception and shit.
Yeah, Black Sheep Supreme was pointing out how Christy Whitman, she had a lot of problems with race stuff. She had another instance, 793rd might remember this, where uh, she went with the police on a raid. You know what I'm saying? And they showed her there like she was searching her brother, and she was all smiling, like she kind of smile on her face where it was like, yo, man, what are you doing here? You know what I'm saying? But he pointed out that Christine Whitman put $1 million bounty on the side of Shakur. You know what I'm saying? I recall that. The last time I heard them messing with the side of Shakur was when Obama, when he did whatever thing he did where he came together with Cuba, New Jersey put their bid in. Like, yo, why you down there talking to them? Asked them what's up. asked him what's up with the shot. Like now, we don't think we're gonna be doing that. You know what I'm saying? We on another mission right now. Apex Cypher said it's like that down here in regards to social savior divine. They're militant here.
Military?
Militant. He's saying you got a lot of militant people over where he at. And yeah, where you at, Apex Cypher again?
I'll tell you this though, Lord, yo, the father was super sharp and wise. You know, saying we not anti-white or pro-black.
Yeah.
That mentality right now is wow.
Yeah. You get blinded by that. Like I was
Oh,
saying earlier, that's not really in our nature to be anti nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's
see that.
that's the product of an X amount of experiences.
Trying to tell you.
You see what I'm saying?
They go easy.
Yeah, right. Other than that, we wouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? Just like in anything, you know what I'm saying? Like if you see two animals in nature, right? And they don't really know what each other is, they just run off. You know what I'm saying? They leave each other alone. Like I don't know what you could do. I don't know. I don't know if you got poison. I don't know if you got teeth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you go
yo, Lord, like so you use like yo, Lord, you use that like animal analogies, and that's exactly what we be acting like when we be doing that shit. Lord, so right down to a fucking animal. You said like run off. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what they do.
We're supposed to run to each other.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he trying to keep us apart. That's all that shit about.
Jasim said, going through the service and training indoctrination, I was taught who the enemy was, dehumanization. Yeah, but they start that off in school. From the time you go to social studies, so by the time you get to the military, they just playing on that. Because school and the military is connected.
Indoctrination.
Yeah, it's the indoctrination of it, and also compulsory education, right, comes a lot from Germany, like in the 1800s. Know what I'm saying? Germany was one of the last countries, one of the last nation states to form. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So what happened though was that Germany, they probably formed a nation state like in the 1860s, 1870s. But within a couple of years, by like the 1880s, they was mad powerful. And the way they army and everything was, it was some type of diplomatic thing where everybody went to Germany. All these different diplomats, they went to Germany to, see how the German military moved and everything. And just the way how the whole country was, all the other countries was like, yo, how did you get things popping this quick? And he said compulsory education. See, I don't know if we got the wordsmith in here.
Wow.
I don't know if we got the wordsmith in here, Asiatic mathematics, but kindergarten is a German word that means child's garden.
Wow, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where compulsory education, the whole indoctrination, you know what I'm saying?
Say that, Lord.
Yeah, that's why we have social studies, you know what I'm saying? Where, they even within the state, you learn the state, certain propaganda in your state. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Lord, you got room when you come too, man. You got space.
No doubt.
You got space. Just be a joint right here.
All right.
That's where the God gold be in there. That's gold joint, but you know we one of the same, so you welcome as well, my brother.
Hold up. What's Apex Cipher? Oh, he's saying in San Diego. It's well, San Diego, that's like the Navy capital of the world, ain't it? It's like San Diego and Newport News.
Man, that's right by me.
Yeah, those two is pretty much from what I know.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Those are the two hubs. Those are the two hubs right there.
Yeah. That's the belly though. That's where we teach at though. We in the belly right here, around here. You already know.
Infinite said when the whole black identity extremist talk came out at the same time, they found
It's
Nazis
2:00.
had infiltrated the C Cipher punks, but we ain't hear nothing about that. Yeah, but you know, I think that's one of those things where, you know what I'm saying, you know, we got to understand that some things is not happening by mistake.
Let's say that.
You know what I'm saying?
Rain, hell, snow, earthquakes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So to where I'm saying, like, look, if there was something that was happening, you know what I'm saying, where you know, rich, you know, affluent white women was getting roughed up, police or otherwise, something would be done to stop that. You understand what I'm saying? Is you know, how many isolated incidents make a pattern? You know what I'm saying? Like every time something happens, they say, well, you know, that's just an isolated incident. Yeah. That's just one cop. You understand what I'm saying? But at this certain period of time, you got to realize that, look, this is not going to be happening for hundreds of years in multiple different places. You understand what I'm saying? And it's really an accident. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's one of the things, like, for instance, when you're saying right now, like, look, we already know what it is. You know, we got to build, like, see, even when you look at the lessons, you know, once you pass, you know, 35, you know, 36, we getting down to the business now. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't no more, you know, we've already discussed, you know who everybody is. You know what transpired, how we got to here. You understand what I'm saying? Now it's time for that action. You see what I'm saying? So, and you know, we know the whole 120. We already been through all of this. See, that's, you know, pretty much, you know, I don't, all of that stuff to me. Like, for instance, when something happens to somebody, right? Infinite satisfaction, something happens to somebody, and then they say, we're gonna have some training. Does anyone know? Can we Google right now what that retraining consists of? Like, how are they retraining them? Clearly, you're not retraining them in less lethal ways of restraining someone. You know what I'm saying? What are you training them in? You're not training them how to fight, because I see them out there on the videos. You're not teaching them no UFC holds where you like, okay, if you do this hold, then you'll be able to take them down without stomping them out and beating them with your walkie-talkie. That's not a part of it. Because the you know, the way I understand the police academy, Infinite, right? I'm building with you. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not coming at you. We adding on. You know what I'm saying? The way I understand the academy, right, is the academy, the police academy exists to weed out righteous people. In order for you to pass through the academy, right, you've got to be able to see the type of stuff that we see, right? And still go according to that blue code. So either you like that stuff, like you into that, you understand what I'm saying? You know, you don't care. Like you just somebody, I don't care what's happening to nobody as long as I get my check. Or you enough of a follower to just go along with whatever. If we saving lives, you're gonna save lives with them. If we busting heads, you're gonna bust heads with them and not ask no questions. You gotta be one of those three people to survive through the academy. Because the good cop, to me, you know, is a misnomer. Because if you're such a good cop, right? How you get to be a good cop? Because you're good at table tennis? You cop. That must mean, you know, okay, you arrest a lot of bad guys. So how do you go to work with these bad guys every day? How many police you arrested? Anytime somebody tell me a good cop action, how many police you arrested?
I said, titty top
because if you be
titty
around,
top off.
if you be around criminals every day and you ain't never arrested not one of them, how you a good cop? You see what I'm saying? So, you know, just in terms of infinite satisfaction, you know, which that could be what you're saying. You know, my points, what I'm making, could already be the points what you're making. But just to illustrate it for the people, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that's listening, you know what I'm saying? Just to understand that, nah, man, a lot of these processes, right? A lot of these processes where people got to be qualified and disqualified. You understand what I'm saying? On the same token from the wisdom bill degree, where the people got to be qualified and disqualified, what makes you qualified is being unlike. What makes you qualified is not being the knowledge, and then not being the wisdom, and then not being the understanding. That is what makes you qualified. In order to be a CO, they got to know that, listen, man, we already know, okay, you a brother. We already know how many brothers we got in there. We can't have you in there cooperating with them. That's already a test. Even look, when we look at these different people that have a lot of money, that's the way I see that too. You've already been tested. You know, one thing I notice about most black people that I know of, you know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, some people will let me know, some people that I might be mistaken on. But those black people that's really up there, the Oprahs, the Jordans, you know, you know, even Jay-Z for that matter. If you ever notice, they never really have no people. Like even in terms of their family, you don't really see them around their family. You know what I'm saying? And to me, what that is you've passed the test.
See
Meaning,
that.
you know, if you'll separate from people you came out the sandbox with, then we know we ain't got to worry about you helping no Negroes you don't know. We know we ain't got to worry about you putting none of that money into no investigation about, you know what I'm saying, what happened with no original people. Now you put your money about what's going on in the cow industry and what's going on with the two-legged, two-toed frog in the fertile part of California and all this kind of stuff like that. But we know we don't have to worry about you doing that. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to, listen, you know, you think they would have gave Muhammad Ali a shot at Sonny Liston if they knew that's what he was going to do? They would have gave him no shot at Sonny Liston. They would never let him talk, man, if they knew what he was going to do, man. See, like I said, in the 60s, they learned a lot of lessons about that. See, we'll never let another person come up that may potentially be a black messiah. And if we do let anybody get close to that, he's going to already be tested to where we know, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're going to come. And even if you speak, you still speaking in terms that's good for us. You know what I'm saying? Saying like in terms of, you know, when you got the do for selfers, you know what I'm saying? The Booker T. Washington's, right? And his people who was like, yo, look, we got to build our society, right? Then you got another side that's saying, peace. You know, you got another side that's saying, well, you know, we got to do the best we can to try to assimilate into this society. You know what I'm saying? See, one, you speaking in terms of, like I was saying the other day, maintaining the status quo. Where you talk a good game, but at the end of the day, you just maintain the status quo. Let me see. Apex Cypher said it's not as bad. The further you go north, it's just a lot of military with police. Yeah, that's what California is, though. California is like a whole military state. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all
like
that
build technology, like in born wisdom, I want to say. Like robot shit in Cali. I was in Cali, I was in Sacramento. Oh, that's crazy shit, G.
Yeah, see, our phrase was talking about how the military, they recruit at high schools. You know, they
crazy.
They cut them out from doing that in New York State, though. Yeah. They stopped the army can't come into the schools in in New York City. I don't know about the state. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, they introduced a program to the schools, God Parcel. They introduced a program to the school called ROTC. That's like to get them pre-started, you know what I mean, for whatever branch they want to take in the military. Yeah, that's happening.
Give them the knowledge, wisdom, God. We gotta give them the knowledge, wisdom. What is the meaning of FOY?
Indeed.
I'm saying that's the training. That's the training right there for them. We give them that, they're gonna love it too. They're gonna get to see it. We gotta teach. We gotta get the baby. We gotta teach. I'm talking to myself as well.
Yeah, this is a little bit crazy. K Black C Supreme. Meg Whitman's daughter caught a charge, and then she started to backtrack on her hard militant policies. I didn't know Meg Whitman's daughter. Wish she was a crackhead. You know? Yes, sir. Yeah, what she was doing, man?
Go crack it up and shit.
Yeah, smoke crack. That's what I be saying. Like, listen, why that's not more in the news? I want to know. Infinite satisfaction. I think that's a story where, you know, Joe Biden, you know, the same time that you up here drawing up the draconian crime bill, your son is smoking crack.
Yeah. He died though. Joe, see, I'm in the state where Joe Biden from, God.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm actually working in an area where it's like close to his rest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to me, that's funny. You can't be smoking crack. Your son can't be smoking crack while you up here putting people in jail for 25 to life, man.
Oh, you liar, you.
You can't listen, man. Listen. That right there. LaFrey said police always talk about they need help and the no snitching movement. They don't like that, but they got the same damn thing. The blue code, they won't drop down on each other no matter what. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, that is one of the things that to me is taken out of context. Just like, you know, crime in New York City in terms of black people, right, and crime in New York City, to me, there's a couple of things that put it in perspective. And one of them is that when you go in most areas that's high crime in New York City, right? They high crime areas with original people there now, right? If you go back 100 years, they was high crime areas with white people. I don't know if it works that way in other cities, but like for instance, in Brownsville, East New York, that's where the Murder Incorporated is from the mafia.
East New York.
Yeah, Red Hook. That's where Al Capone, the one of the dudes that was there when they shot the dude in the barbershop. All of them, they from over there by Red Hook. You know what I'm saying? You know, the South Bronx, that's where the original Gambino family was from. When you seen that movie A Bronx Tale, Arthur Avenue, the family that ended up becoming the Gambinos, they from over there. You understand what I'm saying? So it's something about the conditions in those areas though that didn't change. The people changed, but the conditions didn't change. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's one thing I think is disingenuous. I guess that's the word they use. The other thing about that no snitching, right, is that, you know, it's one of them things where you put in a vacuum, right? Where I'm saying like the context of it, just like I said, the context of the conditions that people living in being what drives them to crime. The same thing I would say about the context of snitching, where I can't think of a group of people, right? Any group of people, anywhere that don't have some type of code where we don't tell everybody our business. Like right now, you know, my 12-year-old daughter got friends that I'm sure if they went and told other people certain shit that she told them, she would, you understand what I'm saying? There's no group of people, saying, whether it's a family, you understand what I'm saying? Whether it's you and there's no group of people where they don't have some type of code that everybody ain't supposed to know our business. You know what I'm saying? So when they put it in that window that, yo, it's just these certain people and they're doing it, like you said, we could go to every different, like for instance, a reporter never reveals their sources.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? There's no world that we can go into where there's not some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Look, even the fact that colleges exist, that's because within the profession, they're not going to tell you their business unless you pay.
Whoa, you gotta pay for this one.
Yeah, that's it. You gotta pay for the pimping.
Yeah, you gotta pay for that.
You gotta pay for the pimping.
Yo, Lord, right? Let me expound on what you know, right? That's the most important degree right there. That right you talking about. What's the most important degree? And 1 to 20.
To me, the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10.
Exactly. What I say, the make it or own it. You make it, you own up to it. But like he said, it get taken out of context. But we know we make it, we own up to it. So that's the real part of it. That's the knowledge degree right there. So, you know, that's how I see it. You know.
Yeah, see, 793rd was saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Nobody brought nobody up. You know, he was saying that, yeah, you never see Jordan with, you know, none of his siblings. You don't see Jay, you know, with, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's something that we testing you. You know what I'm saying? And if you, like, I'm saying, it's a double-edged thing, but this is what I'm saying. Look at the difference between John Singleton. Who is it? John Singleton or John Singletary? John Singleton and Spike Lee.
John Singleton.
You know what I'm saying? Right now, John Singleton is somebody who, in terms of how they see him, the Hollywood mainstream, this guy's a hard ass, man. Like he's always, you know what I'm saying? Whereas Spike Lee, he'll give you a movie where it's like, you know, to a certain degree, you got to respect it that Spike Lee is able to tell stories that he was not a part of. See, that's one problem with a lot of, you know, black people in Hollywood. You know, like I always tell people, if you give me a movie, right, where I'm a 5% in the movie, I can win the Oscar. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna give you a portrayal like the real person. But now when you got to tell somebody else's story, but see, the thing with John Singletary is that it wasn't that he didn't have the ability to tell somebody else's story. He just ain't want to do that. He wanted to tell our stories, you know what I'm saying, in a particular kind of way where it give a lesson to us. You understand what I'm saying? And the fact that we know now that we can't give you this money, can't let you into the system at that same level. We can't give you the power, you know what I'm saying, and give you that type of attention where when we put the mic on you, you know what I'm saying, you might pull a James Brown and say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. We can't.
That's that shit too. Say it loud. Oh, look, I'm back.
Yeah. Did you ever hear the story? Did you ever hear the story of that song? How that song was made?
Nah.
I was watching something. I'm not sure what it was. It was some kind of documentary, right? I don't know if it was a music documentary or whether it was a Black Panther documentary or a James Brown documentary, but they said that James Brown, you know, because back at that time, it wasn't like now where, you know, you get rich and you go off and live in Calabasas somewhere where we don't see you. You know what I mean? First of all, it's segregation, so you limited in the places where you could live. You know, for the most part, black people with money is just living in a good part of the black neighborhood, right? And they said that James Brown was walking down the street and he was making his regular records, you know, whatever he made, you know, his love records or whatever. And he's walking down the street and H-Rap Brown rolls up on him. And H-Rap Brown is like, yo, man, you know, what's up with that, B? Like, we out here in the struggle and you over there dancing a jig for the white man with a perm in your hair.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And it affected him. And that was the song that he came out with, you know what I'm saying? Based on that conversation, you know what I mean? But it just goes to show you how he's accessible, where you can actually could you have a conversation with Jay-Z like that? Or Kanye, or you understand what I mean? How the people, you know, we connected as a people, you understand what I mean? And that unity all came together. You know what I mean? That music being the soundtrack for the people. You understand what I mean? The spirit of the people to come together. You understand what I'm saying? With these type of songs out and everything, we don't have access to everybody to do that type of thing. You know, at least not the people that's up there at that top level, because, you know, the way they've been tested at this point is that, listen, we already know those are not your interests. You know what I'm saying? Like, they already know these are not Oprah's interests. Like, you know who they pretty mad with, but just right now, nobody can dribble a basketball like them. They tight with LeBron James. Trust me.
You know what they do to Kings?
Who? You said what they do to Kings?
Yeah, man, they do Kings dirty.
Yeah. But see, LeBron, that's one thing I gotta give him, man.
Yeah, that's right. Say that.
He stand up in this county. You know what I'm saying? It ain't, like other people, things is going on in the nation, you don't hear nothing from them. You know what I'm saying?
Say that.
LeBron is a person, and I like that he understand his position. You understand what I'm saying? Even as the top big buck on the plantation, that Master gotta work with me a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He can't, he can't just shit on me. You understand what I'm saying? Because I bail half the cotton in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? When Master talking down, he ain't talking to me. You understand what I'm saying? And so a lot of things, like for instance,
get to New York so tune quick, son.
yeah, see, like you seen in football, Kaepernick ain't have the power that LeBron got in basketball. Where LeBron could protest, you know what I'm saying, Trayvon Martin or what's the other name in St. Louis, Mike Brown, and he come off with that. You know what I'm saying? But if he tried that, you know what I'm saying, or if somebody else tried that who wasn't what's the name, they, you know what I'm saying, the same thing would have happened to them with Kaepernick.
Yeah, they taking a lot of them people that's making them statements, God. They bringing them through hell if they on a public platform. You know what I mean? Either in some financial way or to credibility.
Yeah. Shaquem came in. Shaquem said North and South Carolina is also military states. Yeah. Well, yeah, North Carolina is big for the Air Force. Fort Bragg, I'm pretty sure is that the Airborne Rangers. They got some type, it's like special forces is a lot in North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? And South Carolina is a big state too. The Civil War started in South Carolina at Fort Sumter. So yeah, both of those states, you're right, are very big. Oh man, Meg Whitman's daughter got 10 years? Whoa, 10 years from when she out? Whoa. No wonder you ain't hear nothing from Meg Whitman. Shaquem said right now during this quarantine, all these stars and celebrities are wearing ankle bracelets. Hmm. Oh man. 793rd said, man, white people's kids with influence and paper smoke crack or sniff dope. Shakim said, because they're all about to be indicted for Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, we see what comes up with that. That was a fishy in terms of how they said his demise came about. That's not too that doesn't happen very often. Jassim said the police will never present evidence in your favor, even if they have it. Well, yeah, that's you know, you know, that's something that I would like to tell all snitches. That these guys are not your friends. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is. You understand what I'm saying? That at the end of the day, the good cop and the bad cop is both taking you the same place. But you're right about that. You know, don't try to outsmart them. Because they're not going to try to reason with you. They're just going to write down everything you say and use it against you. You know, people think you're going to go in there and reason with them. Don't even try it. Yeah, see, 793rd said Oprah had a niece that went to Yale as cats were trying to get close. Born you choose. The public never knew. You see what I'm saying? And her pops too. Her pops cut hair too. K Black C said because other people have their cultural cohesiveness intact, they made sure that they wiped out our cultural cohesiveness totally out. When you control a man's mind, you don't have to. Yeah, you know, and what's funny about that is we keep coming up with ways, um, you know, mostly creative, you know what I'm saying, but we don't have full control over a lot of other things. You know what I'm saying? But like say for instance, you know, with hip hop music, but just the way we apply ourselves to it, we don't get to take advantage of the cohesiveness. You know what I'm saying? 793rd said Mr. Brown was about his biz before the media images of him bent wilding came out. And you know, I think that's another strategy where they don't allow a black man to die a hero. You know what I'm saying? You know, either you will be uh I don't want to say marginalized because you know a lot of them it's not like they really trying to accomplish nothing in that mainstream world. But I'm saying like dudes like Ozzie Davis, you know, I remember Ozzie Davis dying with like no dirt on his jacket. You know what I mean? He was a dude that was a stand-up, perpendicular guy, you know what I'm saying, the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Um, but you know, he don't have the same mainstream uh popularity, you know what I'm saying, as certain other people, say like a Sammy Davis Jr., you know what I'm saying? Well, I like Sammy too, you know what I'm saying? I was about, you know, I brought him up because I'm gonna use him as another example of somebody who, yeah, he had the popularity, but I thought when they came out with all his problems and everything, and he was bankrupt and they were showing his wife, you know, they was evicting her from the house and taking all her, you know, taking all the furniture out and everything. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson, you know, and you know, a lot of these people, don't get me wrong, they might have cooperated with their own destruction. You know, Bill Cosby, but there is something about that, you know what I'm saying, where in the time that I've been alive, you know what I'm saying, they always gotta sprinkle a little cocaine. Remember that dude told that joke? He said, look, every time somebody died in LA, they sprinkle a little crack on them and call it drug related. They always got to sprinkle a little crack, you know what I'm saying, on some brothers, man, to, you know, diminish how they going to seem historically. You know what I'm saying? And then we get caught up in it too, where we want to harp on these one or two little things. Oh, well, he did that. So his whole movement is, you know.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Where it's like, yo, you know, you going through this thing with a comb. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be Noble Jew Ali or Elijah Muhammad. Like, dude, you've been investigating the man for 100 years. You know what I'm saying? If somebody investigate anybody for 100 years,
They're gonna find something.
you understand what I'm saying?
But they shit ain't they the ones that the main ones that be dealing with that wickedness, man.
Yeah.
They the main ones, man. You look at any of them politicians' backgrounds, any of them, they got dirt under their shit.
Yeah. Infinite Satisfaction said, yeah, LeBron is not agreeable with their plan. They were tight when he stood for the China protesters. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He'll do something, stand up against something that they don't really like, but there's nothing they can do. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't sell no cotton without the kid. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I like about LeBron, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, something that we were saying earlier, right? I think that got something to do with it. Is that LeBron, right? He don't got no ties to them. Like the stuff that, you know, you could, you know, there's positive and negative in everything. See, from his mom's being a drug addict, his pops, whatever the situation is with him, is see Kobe, even this is what I'm saying. Part of what gives LeBron the freedom to do that, right? Or part of, you know, where he gets the freedom from to do that is he's not educated. Not saying he's not smart and he's not enlightened to things. I'm talking about he's not schooled. You understand what I'm saying? In the indoctrination system. That other people that, for instance, like Kobe, even though he only went to high school too, you still went through it in a different capacity because your pops was, you know, in the NBA, then he's in the league over in Italy and everything. So these are some of the experiences that you have. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas LeBron came from the grain. So he can still see himself as those people. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas Kobe was already a generation at least removed from a type of struggle where he could say, well, yo, you know, if that happened, I gotta get involved with that. You understand what I'm saying? LeBron probably had a close call or two in Cleveland. You understand what I'm saying? Before, you know, he rose up out of that. You know what I'm saying? But if he was the dudes that, you know, like see Charles Barkley, for instance, he got the education, man. He went to Auburn all that time. You know what I'm saying? Then he came out and was indoctrinated into the system of, look, this is how you get money. Whereas LeBron, nah, they had to pay him from the jump. Remember, they was tight with LeBron because somebody gave him $100 million before he even came in the NBA. I think Nike or Gatorade or one of them companies gave him $100 million before he even came in the NBA. So see, he's never been beholden to them. It's nothing they can do. If they pick him out the league, all he got to do is talk to his homies, start his own league, and it's on. See, that's why they like that young kid. What's the young kid name that they got down in New Orleans?
He from New Orleans or they got him?
Now, I think he's from South Carolina. He went to Duke for 1 year. The kid that does all the dunking. Somebody will put his name in the chat in a minute. But see, you can tell already that he's a different, he's not Allen Iverson. You know what I'm saying? Allen Iverson was another guy like that. That, you know, I'm not educated in your system. I don't even know how to act in that. You understand what I'm saying? See, Magic Johnson, he was a dude always cheesing with them. That's why they love Magic Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
See, they don't like Kareem. because Kareem never smiled with them. He's a kinder, gentler Kareem right now. But back then, Kareem never smiled with them. From Harlem, dog. Don't smile. You know what I'm saying? What's that about? Yeah, see, that's Infinite Satisfaction was saying. Yeah, that's another one of the examples I was saying. That, you know, they tried hard to get LeBron to leave his squad behind. I remember when Magic Johnson came out and he was like, yeah, you know, it's all good right now, you know, your friends, but, you know, eventually you're going to see that your friends, they don't really know what they're doing, and you're going to need to get some professional people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because see, he's schooled in that system that this is how you get money. You understand what I mean? He's been invited into the boule. You know what I'm saying? Somebody was talking about that earlier. Fly Phrase said that was Dave Chappelle. Yeah, you got to sprinkle a little crack on any black man that you see that, you know, he's accomplished a little something and he might be a beacon for other young black people. Sprinkle some crack on him. Yeah, Paul Robeson, he's another guy. You understand what I mean? But like I said, a lot of people don't even know who he is. You know, because remember, you know, that mainstream fame is given. That's allowed. And so it can be taken. See, Michael Jackson, they turned him into a nub of himself because they created him. As opposed to, you know, certain, like right now, you might got certain underground rappers that, you know, is really nothing they could do to stop them because they don't really make money according to your system. Like, you know, that's one of my ideas in terms of, you know, when you notice a lot of the civil rights leaders, they was religious people, preachers and stuff like that, because I don't get my money from you. I don't got to show up at Monday and explain what I was doing at the protests. I'm Martin Luther King. And if I get arrested, it don't matter because my congregation is going to give me even more money. So you don't have, you know, you free because you know, the devil, when you say the devil gives you nothing, the devil don't give you nothing. In fact, that's the actual difference. One said the devil gives you nothing. No, the devil don't give you nothing. You know what I'm saying? The devil don't give you nothing. And that's why you can afford to go speak truth to power. Yeah, 793rd. Well, yeah, that's the actual word. You're right about that. Formally educated. You know what I'm saying? Other people, LeBron is not as formally educated as other people. So he don't respond to the indoctrination in the company line quite as well. Yeah, Zion Williamson, that's the kid, you know, and you can see that he is a kind, a gentle giant, a magical kind of Negro. Yes, he's a magical kind of Negro that, ordinarily, if we ran into this cat right here, in the hood, Like if we saw this kid walking out of Van Dyke right now, we would run the other way right now, fast as we could. We saw this kid coming out of the Van Dyke projects. But because of the way he bounces a basketball and that $1 million smile, we just love him. You can tell he got that. 793rd said Magic didn't put Belly in his movie theaters when it came out. They tried to run up on Kareem in the crib in Philly. He knows how real it could get. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. But I didn't know Magic Johnson didn't put Belly in his movie theaters when it came out. But you see what I'm saying? You know, you've been instructed. You know, that was one of the original rules. One of the original laws, right? That you one of the original laws that established slavery. Remember, we spoke on it on here before. You know, a lot of these things that happened back in the days, you know, the records, but this guy's name is John Bunch or John Punch. You know, I got a lot of scholars in here. Y'all probably will be able to elaborate on this, you know, but those people that came here in 1619, they eventually was freed. I'm talking about those first slaves that came here in 1619 was indentured servants that eventually worked off they labor. The first lifetime slave, to my knowledge, was this guy John Bunch or John Punch, and John Bunch was an indentured servant. Him and these two white guys, and you know, they didn't like the terms or whatever. You know, they wasn't happy on the plantation, and they escaped. And when the when they got caught and they got sentenced, the two white guys got sentenced to 1 more year of indentured servitude. And John Bunch got sentenced to lifetime of servitude. And the reason was because he was black. That was the first time that, you know, black, and you know, when you hear those our Morris scientist brothers, Morris American brothers, when they speak on that, that was the first time that, you know, black as a group of people was used in the law. But you got a lot of other laws, you know what I'm saying? You know, and one of them was meritorious. Was it meritorious manumission? Hold on, let me see if I Google that. All right, here it goes right here. See, it's one of them things when you just put in meritorious, it comes up. The Meritorious Manumission Act of 1710. Right? Where it says During the enslavement period of Africans in America, the Meritorious Manumission Act of 1710 was enacted in Virginia. It was the legal act of freeing a slave for good deeds as defined by the national public policy and could be granted to a slave who saved the life of a white master or his property, invented something from which the slave master could make a profit, or snitched on a fellow slave who was planning a slave rebellion or to run away. So see, meritorious, manumission, selling the brothers out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't put hold on. Yeah, that's the article right there. That, what site is this? Oh, African People of Love .wordpress. But I mean, you can look that up. The Meritorious Manumission Act of 1710. $793. Yeah. Infinite. Infinite crazy, man. Infinite said, AKA the devil expects something for the butter biscuits. When are y'all gonna stop with these butter biscuits, man? Oh man. 793 said, I don't think Kobe took any type of college, and Zion was in a factory program breeding cave browns for even for just for 1 year. His prep school that got him there, different conditioning. Yeah, but Kobe was still a part of that world. You know what I'm saying? With I mean, he grew up in Philly. From my understanding, I mean, he grew up in Italy. From my understanding, he came back to Philly for his senior year or something like that. You know what I'm saying? His experience is still different. You know what I'm saying? Like LeBron, you know, have you ever seen somebody say they was Kobe Bryant's childhood friend? Not saying that he don't have them. You know what I'm saying? But, LeBron, he probably got some childhood friends that got shot, that's locked up, different things where the experience that he sees on, the TV that the people is going through, he's been there. You know what I'm saying? Which is something, common with the dudes like James Brown. These dudes from South Carolina, man. Like they was there, they seen the Jim Crow, they seen everything. So they wasn't that far removed. Like, yeah, I got nice clothes and a nice car and all that. But I'm not that far removed from the experience of those people. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, even with LeBron, with Obama, no matter how you draw him up as an original person or not, his experience is not our experience. How many of us, live in Hawaii and travel through Asia and all the stuff like that, speaking all types of languages? On and on, Erykah Badu. I'm gonna tell you something. Original C said they playing fairness to same Erykah Badu. I have not been a big Erykah Badu fan. I think she got a nice voice. It's not really just a complaint about her talent, or it's not a complaint about her talent so much. It's just, certain female artists, I find it difficult to get into their subject matter. And she's one of them, that call Tyrone kind of music, that's not for me. $7.93 said that was when they were scared that the black audience would bug out watching certain flicks, and Lansing to Hollywood Smiles must have interpreted as it as a street violent flick, which actually was positive in the end. That Drop a Dime part was filmed up in Now Justice. I mean, still, that's one of them situations, right? Where, all of these people are in the position of the spook that sat by the door. Like these different names I just named, the Magic Johnsons, the Oprah Winfrey's, the Michael Jordans. And at the end of the day, what was it was who was it? Infinite. Somebody was talking about our cohesiveness, our cultural cohesiveness. Whoever brought that up, like, you got to fill it up in here with your, what I'm saying, your kind of people. Other groups, what I'm saying, as the person was saying, they have some cultural cohesiveness where, you very seldom see one of them on the job or one of them living in a building. You know what I'm saying? Just generally speaking. Like, look, let's say, I don't know if the bar is still on here, D Christian, right? But look, if an African person, right, they make a little money or whatever, and they get a chance to come to America. When they get to America, what neighborhood they want to live in, and who they want to live in that neighborhood with them. When they come here, they look for a neighborhood with they people in it. That got they kind of stores and they kind of stuff that they want to deal with. Now, when, a brother from, I'm not trying to separate us, but just a description so you can know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? When a brother that is from, got a background in the slave system here in America, right? As soon as they get some money, what they want to do? They want to move away from the people that's like them. They want to move away from their people. So there goes that cultural cohesiveness you was talking about. That thing that says, you know what? I might could get a little more money. Like, say, you got a building or something or a house, I might could get a little bit more money if I do this with a stranger, but I'd rather be amongst my people. You know what I'm saying? That's also, see, like I said, it's about money or being amongst your people. So that's a system of values and what you value and what you really feel is wealth. See, those people that we name, being amongst their people, they don't see that as wealth. So, like, when you from the hood, you've been in situations where, listen, you didn't know what was going to happen. And then you seen your peoples and you was like, oh, man, now I can live, like, literally. You know what I'm saying? So you understand that that's a kind of wealth. You know what I'm saying? K Black Sea Supreme said meritorious manumission. Dr. Claude Anderson elaborates on this more in his book, Black Labor, White Wealth. Black Labor, White Wealth. Yeah, I like Claude Anderson. He gives some very good talks. K Black Sea Supreme said they created meritorious manumission because they wanted to avoid what happened in Haiti. But wait, isn't this the timing is off on that though, right? This is 1710. Haiti is 1801. But I mean,
It's 3 o'clock.
even without knowing what happened in Haiti, of course they didn't want something to happen where the slaves was gonna overthrow them, whether they saw it happen before or not. You know what I'm saying? But it's a character. It's almost like black people are still responding to that law. You know what I'm saying? In this day and time, even though there's no slavery, you know, as far as being in bondage on a plantation, physically. 793rd said LeBron's are the only friends we may ever see since he gangstered them in contrary to standards. Remove that Tyrone and take a. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. See, I just, it's something about that girl power music. And I know this week this week is all about teaching her, but I can't stand that girl power music, man. Can't stand it. Original C said it's a town out here in Delaware that's called Georgetown, Delaware, where most Guatemalans live. However, it's a town where they used to auction off slaves and still had the slaves post still up until the 90s. Yeah, New York still got they trading block is still up. In New York, and a lot of places they may not know. A lot of let me see if we can see, they might have a picture of it. From what I understand. Let's see if we can see a picture of the slave block that they still got up in New York City. All right, that's it right there. You see? Wait, how do we get? Wait, I ask you to open a new window. Oh, let's just do it like this then. How many of y'all seen this before? Wait, I got the right thing up now? All right, yeah. Let me see if I can make it bigger. How do I? Oh no, wait. Still not the right window. Try and show y'all the slave blocks. Or what would be the name for that? What would be the name for it? All right, see this right here? This circle right here? Are y'all there? Let me see if y'all looking at the screen with me. Why the screen ain't changed? Why this keeps happening? I need the other screen. My technology. What's wrong with my technology, yo? All right. That should be it. All right, y'all see that? Hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger. Wait, let me take this down for a minute. All right. Does everybody see this right here where I'm making this this thing right here? Where my mouse, where my little pointer is, you see this circle right here? That's where the slaves used to be. That's where the slaves used to come from. Yeah, that's Washington Square Park, Infinite. This is where the slaves. Hold on, let me get back over here. Look, this is Washington Square Park, right? This the circle in the middle where they had a fountain. That used to be the slave blocks. Just how the people are standing around here right now. That's how the slaves used to be up here. This some stuff here supposed to be about Paris. Supposed to be like the arch like they got in Paris. That's something else from a later time. You know what I'm saying? But this right here is this is Fifth Avenue, right? This is Fifth Avenue. Down this way, the direction that I'm going down from the slave blocks, right? Going south, and from this direction too, this whole this would be the southeast direction from the park is where hold on. I'm gonna bring up the slave. I'm gonna bring up the slave where the port was. I'm gonna bring up where the port was. See, this is a little bit hard to see right here, but let's check this out. I'm showing the people where the slave port was, and people didn't know that the slave stuff is still up from
Yeah.
wait, how do I make this bigger? I don't know. Let's see if
See, you know, like I told you, my great grandmother, she was a fucking slave in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it wasn't just. In fact, they was like fucking Irish, you know, fucking. We're dealing with something else now.
You see,
We're dealing with God, the devil. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, these motherfuckers are referring to shit in the Bible.
let me see if I
Why
get
did
the.
they do it on 9/11? Because Revelations 9/11 states the Apollyon. I'm telling him, bro. That's why they did it on that shit.
All right.
And then the 33
This
number
shit-
comes from the third. I'll show you. These are the scriptures, man.
This should be it. Y'all seeing that? Yeah. See this right here? Hold on. Let me go back on this screen so I can use the what's the name? You see this here? This ship right here? This sail ship? And these old what's the names? This right here is the FDR. Where my mouse is right here.
Right there.
This is the Franklin Delano Roosevelt
That's the east
little
side.
expressway, yeah.
Is it?
And this is the east. Well, we already at the bottom of Manhattan at this time. Remember, a lot of lower Manhattan down at Wall Street and all that. That's landfill. That wasn't there back at this time. But this is where the slaves used to come into the port, and then they used to march them up to Washington Square Park and put them on the slave block in the middle of the park right there. And that's why to this day, right, anybody that knows, right, there's a African burial ground that's in the middle between South Street Seaport and
Yo, I never knew them houses used to look like London houses. Like,
yeah. If you go downtown, yeah.
See that shit? It looks like Liverpool, bro. I'm telling you, it looks like Liverpool, bro.
Yeah. That's
and
why
this was what date?
This is right now. This still here. I was pointing out, somebody was saying how there's a place where they live that still has the slave selling block or whatever, where they used to auction the slaves at. You know what I'm saying? It is. But in fact, yeah, we still got the slave stuff up here too. The whole, you know what really took out the slave stuff was there was a dude named Tweed. He was an Irish guy. He was a gangster. But
Irish gangster.
yeah, but he ended up becoming the mayor of New York. Like when you see the gangs of New York, that movie, and the corrupt political structure that was there, that was from this dude named Boss Tweed.
Right.
And at that time, the city hall in New York was around 14th Street. Boss Tweed.
Boss
Tweed. I don't know his real first name. They used to call him Boss Tweed.
E-E-D?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And at that time, all of the stuff from the city was around 14th Street. In fact, y'all talking about Erykah Badu. Did anybody ever see a movie, right, that had Erykah Badu in it, and it was called A House of D? And it was the dude from X-Files, and she was locked up, and he was calling up to her in the windows. The House of D, that was an actual jail. But it was on, that's like 10th Street. Like 10th Street and 6th Avenue. All of the stuff from the city that you see now, that's down by Canal Street and below Canal Street, that was up in the 14th Street area. And the dude, Boss Tweed, has so much power that they built a whole new city infrastructure, a whole new city hall and everything in order to dislodge this guy from his power. And when they did that, that was what displaced the black people from Lower Manhattan. But all down where you see, the World Trade Center and what you call that? The courthouses
Wall Street.
and all that. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you see people and they go into federal court in New York, all of that all of that
burial
down
ground,
there
son.
Was the slave area.
That's the burial ground, son. So we're tuned in. Darkim Be Allah, drop of knowledge.
David Duchovny. That's the cat's name.
You can follow Darkim Be Allah
Original Bronx live stream
on YouTube.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
On YouTube. If you're into the 5% knowledge and all that shit, or you want to learn,
yeah,
you will listen to this guy. Okay.
So just saying that's a part of the history of the city. Original Caesar, also the one in Medina at Fort Greene. Yeah, they got I've been over there before. It's on. There's a house in Medina, in the head of Medina, that is a house.
Oh, salute, Amy.
It's a house from
Peace.
What do you call that? The Underground Railroad.
Oh yeah. Bro.
It's an Underground Railroad station. It's on I know the street too.
Amy,
it's one of them things where if I was talking a different conversation, I would recall the street. But it's in downtown Medina.
Medina is Brooklyn, by the way, right? What's going on, Amy? Where you from? Where you from? If you want to know more about the
original Bronx original Bronx live stream. So remember, Gangs of New York
on YouTube.
The 5 points. Yeah, I was speaking on that earlier. I don't know when you came in, but I was talking about that's how this whole thing came up. You know what I'm saying? Is I was talking about the dude the political,
I know this girl,
the corrupt political structure at that time in the movie was representing the dude Boss Tweed.
I'm kidding.
And he was the dude that was organizing the Irish gangs. And
we in the Bronx, man.
It's a lot through him that the Irish was able to take over the city apparatus.
The Irish,
you know what I'm saying?
My people.
In terms of the police and the police and the fire department. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was growing up in New York City, the Irish had control of the city kind of government. You know what I mean? The police, the fire department, you know, certain those the Irish. The Italians had kind of control of the small business, you know what I'm saying, like construction, you know, roofing, mechanics, all of this kind of stuff.
At one point in the 90s, they had the fucking construction in Manhattan locked down, though.
Yeah.
Right?
And
right or wrong, what was his name?
The Jews.
That cunt who just went out and fucking grassed on everybody. You know.
Gravano?
Yes.
Yeah. And the Jews had control of the real estate.
Yeah, I remember you, sweetheart. What's going on?
That was basically, you know what I'm saying, depending on what you did for a living, that was who you worked for. Original Bronx live stream said the Irish and the Polish. Infinite Satisfaction said all the benches were painted green because of the Irish. I didn't know that.
It's a good shot, eyes.
Original C said pull up Georgetown, Delaware Circle. Yeah, let's check that out.
What's that?
I think that's what he's saying is this is the slave stuff that they still got.
Oh, and there's a picture?
Yeah.
Sick. Oh, Delaware. Where's that?
That's like, what's that? It's New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware.
Okay, so it's not as far south then.
No, not that far. It's
Right.
still Delaware.
Right.
Yeah, Delaware was on our side in the Civil War.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny though? They used to run that fucking show, the Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh snap! It's like the same thing
You know
though.
what I mean? With that, and I never knew that was like, you know, the racist Southern flag.
Yo, that's wild.
What happened?
It looks the same way. Is this it right here? Where's the circle part?
We're just waiting for Tony. You know? Amy, what's happening though? What's going on? What are you doing now? You
Yo,
still
wait till
singing?
y'all see this, yo. It looks
Still
like the
singing?
same exact thing. Wait,
Right.
hold up. Let me find a good picture.
Exact thing as what? In Manhattan?
Yeah, it look the same as the one in
Right.
Manhattan. Look.
Like a sacrificial burial thing. Some sort of symbology, right?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah. I feel that.
All so
I see that shit.
so
man.
what, they make all these things to look alike?
Yeah, because it's the same symbology, man.
Wait a minute, hold on.
It's the same symbology as what's going on now.
That is crazy.
Picture
Wait a minute, hold on.
Georgetown Circle. Right.
I'm trying to get it
I'm
big
doing
on the
video
screen.
graphics now. Okay. Where is Bayside in Queens? Where's Bayside in Queens?
That's like right next to where we be going.
In Whitestone, at the studio.
Yeah, it's not. I think.
Oh,
I
there.
think Bayside is what you hit right before you get the Whitestone coming from this way.
Oh, yeah. So we work there every day. Oh, we used to work there till this shit happened. We didn't have nothing to do. Fucking cunts, man. Don't wear the masks. Don't fucking accept that fucking.
Wait a minute,
what
hold
is
on,
it,
man.
that
This
tracing
right here
shit?
is
Fuck outta
uncanny.
here.
How much this
Criminals,
thing looks
man.
exactly like
Criminals.
the one.
You know, that's what.
Wait, where's the
far from
picture?
Studio. Nah, I ain't. Yeah, but fuck this shit, man. Don't accept none of this. It's all fucking.
Wait a minute, hold on, y'all.
We're
We
in
gotta see
Whitestone,
this.
14th Street, sweetheart.
Y'all gotta see this.
45th, 45th.
This is totally uncanny.
So it's like the spot in Manhattan.
Yeah, it looks just like it.
So wait, they said this. So. Interesting. If you want to tune in and learn about the 5% nation of gods and earth, you tune into Darkim Be Allah on YouTube or Patreon.com. Just search for that shit. You want to look at, learn knowledge and all that.
All right, wait.
150.
All right, here we go.
Oh, that looks like.
This is uncanny, y'all. I didn't know that. So literally there was like a slave platform.
So you're sharing the screen.
It's like a slave platform. Look, it's the same thing, y'all.
Yeah, it looks like Washington, isn't it? See, I see pyramids and shit.
And look, the houses that's all around it look the same way as the houses that was down at the seaport.
Right. Because it's a fucking look, and if you go to Ground Zero, you'll see the same shit. You'll see a little fucking sacrificial fountain.
So I guess
you get me. You know what I mean?
Is this what you was talking about, God, right here?
You're in Whitestone. Yeah. That's where the lab is in Queens, isn't it?
Oh, so these are courthouses.
We in the Bronx right now.
These are courthouses all around the what's the name? Man.
Bronx. Right now. The lab is in Queens.
So this was like the slave thing design.
What's he say?
This was like
Well,
the
look, see that thing in the middle?
yeah. This was like just the regular
Yeah, it's a pyramid. It's a
slave
sacrificial
platform
shit.
design.
Yeah.
Benjamin Banneker designed it.
You know what? There is no like. This isn't about race, man. I'm telling you, they want to keep me fucking arguing about that shit. Keep it going. It's about people in suits who own all the money in the world against us. That's all it is.
A square around the circle. It
the
is
Third World War has started. You know, guess who the Third World War is against?
That is
You,
a square around a
motherfucker.
circle.
You.
And look, even this street right here.
The Third World War is against you. Your mind.
Look at how the streets and everything. See how it's designed so that look, you can bring all the slaves in on these big wide streets, and then the people can leave in whatever direction and go to wherever they're gonna put you to work. They got the trees here so you could be in shade while you wait for your slaves.
Special herbs in your pizza box. Yeah, you got weed on the pizza box, bro. Big up Anthony. What's good, bro? Anthony. Where you from, son? Where you from, bro? Hit where you from, innit?
Yeah, y'all gonna make me look this up now. I'm gonna have to look that up. But what do you call what's
special herbs on the pizza box?
What's the name for that?
In the Bronx.
Like, what is the name for the auction block for the slaves?
Fucking sacrificial lane. This is how they do it, bro. You know, you go down to fucking
Wait,
zero, man.
The death penalty still includes hanging in Delaware?
DC, he's from Washington, DC. See, he knows about that shit because I bet you in Washington, DC, they've got a statue of fucking, what's his name? The Freemason from Scotland,
he designed
England.
Washington, DC. I knew about that.
Aleister Crowley, the devil himself. Now, Bill Gates is the new devil himself.
Man.
What does this motherfucker think he's doing, right?
And
injecting vaccines to all the public.
Yo, that's...
So this is a similar...
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm never going to look...
DC guy tune in.
I'm never going to look at another round park the same again. I'm never going. Anytime I see this little thing right here, anytime I see this little circle right here with anything around this where it looks like you could look on.
Massachusetts in the building. Springfield, Massachusetts. Where's that?
Springfield.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Springfield.
Yeah. Anytime you want to tune in to the 5% shit, go on Darkim's channel, you know, but this is
yo, man. I'm never going to look at another park like that again, man.
Have a song break.
He said, it's been recently said
Bill Gates is taking...
that when Chappelle said about sprinkling cracks on Legacy, some chick just said they did her dirty
in Queens, in Bayside,
abusing their power and popularity. That 90 album, though.
Boyfriend.
Man. Yo, that right there was just a high science, man. Like, I'm thinking about all the parks. I'm thinking about all the parks in all the cities.
Studio. Oh, we got
that I've seen something like that before.
Colombia is in the building. So we got an album, me and Darkim Be Allah, featuring Planet Asia, Tragedy Gaddafi, Qasim Allah. It's a 5% classic. You need to be ready for this one.
So anywhere we look on the East Coast, we probably gonna see this. Like if we go to Charleston, we gonna see a park like this, huh?
7, 11, 5%.
If we go to Charleston, if we go to New Orleans,
go to Columbia in the building.
If we go to Newport News, Virginia, if we go to Boston, anywhere we go in the East Coast cities, we're gonna see this thing, ain't we?
Anthony Privy Tierra. Yeah, where's this guy from? Yeah, DC. All right. So what's the word?
Yeah, K Black C Supreme said in some states the death penalty still includes the firing squad. I knew about that. I didn't know you could still be hanged.
Yeah, but we need to hang Bill Gates. We need to get him hanged. Then I'm gonna clap at 7 o'clock. I'll clap then.
What's on the dollar bill? That's like that.
We know what's on.
793rd said most college campuses generally have a quad in a building layout, big or small schools.
Amy says, tell him I was born 7/11.
7/11? Now you off by 9 days.
The mathematics. Yeah, but you're off by 9 days. Darling.
Yeah, you gotta be 7/2.
West Virginia.
West Virginia. West Virginia was on our side too. In fact, that's what happened with West Virginia. West Virginia didn't want to be down with the what you call it? They didn't want to be down with the Confederacy. So they went their way. They abolished the death penalty. They just hit you with the time and they want 85% of it. The circle and the eagle. Oh, I see what you're saying where they got, yeah. Yeah, this is, man. I did not expect to see the same exact thing. I'm not often shocked by a whole lot, but something about that is just shocking to me, man. And just, but all these different things. Because, I've grown up my entire life, in slave quarter kind of places. Savannah, Beaufort, Charleston, New York. I've been in all the hubs. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me put the link back. Yeah, I'm saying that we walk in the midst of this stuff, man.
Peace.
Peace
Yeah,
to you,
G.
God.
Peace. Yeah. The whole science behind it, right, is like out here in Delaware, it has a real strong point with the Underground Railroad. You know what I'm saying? Like Harriet Tubman ran through here from Maryland to Delaware to PA. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like they got little landmarks and shit all the way around the whole joint. You know what I mean? You see like Harriet Tubman this, Harriet Tubman that. You know what I mean? Which is good for us. However, they also had this lady, which is called, her name is Patty Cannon. Patty Cannon. You know what I mean? She was a part of what they know or call the reverse Underground Railroad. You can look it up. You know what I mean? There was a white lady and her family, you know what I'm saying? They used to trick the slaves to come to their house and then they sell them back to slavery or kill them.
Oh man. Diabolical.
You know what I mean? And they actually built Section 8 development after her name. You know what I'm saying? Like she was the first woman to actually get the death penalty. Check her out, Patty Cannon. For all those that's on,
You
you know what I
do
mean?
that.
So to add on with that.
I do that as a matter of just as a matter of just as a matter of just every day I do I you know or my everyday kind of it's just a practice of mine. It's something. It's one
Yeah,
of those.
that's her right there.
I
Yep,
guess
that's her.
I guess you would say like a hobby of mine or something, right? Is I
Yeah.
do that. Like I look up the names of the people that's on projects that I don't know. Like if I don't like it's some projects like George Washington projects. Okay, I know who that is. But there's other projects where I look up the name like, yo, we go there or you might go to a school. You know what I'm saying? You go to school, but you don't know who the dude is.
All right, or where this name came from, right?
Right. And then a lot of times you go back and you find out, yo, this person was diabolical.
Yep. Well, like with her, they actually built like projects named after her where most black people live at, bro. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Out here.
Listen, my daughter went to a school, right? She went to a school, and they said that the dude that the school was named after, right? That he was the dude that it was his idea to give the smallpox blankets to the Indians.
Mm, mm.
Yeah. But she didn't know that because look, I was doing what I usually do. Like, yo, who is this dude, man? You know what
Right.
I mean? When I looked it up, he was the guy whose idea was to give the smallpox blankets to the Indians.
Right. See, they glorify they stuff and you know what I mean, and name stuff after them, landmarks and things of that nature, you know what I mean? But as soon as the original man, you know what I'm saying, do something for the people, they try to take them through the, like you said, through the high intense examinations, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Her.
Man.
Yeah, but check her story out though, G. She was ill. Like she was on it. She was known for murdering babies, the whole science. Like she was ill.
Yeah. And K Black C Supreme, you got to add. I think it's South Dakota. It's either South Dakota or North Dakota. You got to add to that list. They was talking about how it's no business taxes in Delaware.
Nah, it's not.
Yeah.
We got all the major banks is here. Hold on,
Right.
I'm gonna show you a picture of where I'm at right now, G. I'm gonna show you almost every bank that you probably heard of or bank at is right here in this square where I'm at now. Hold on. I'm gonna show the picture though. All right. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. All right. Let me see. See if I can zoom. Zoom. Trying to hit my camera, see if I can zoom.
Yeah.
It ain't getting that clear. Hold on. Yeah, I don't got no iPhone. But that's Chase right there. That big blue building, God. You see
Yeah.
them lights on the tallest building? That's Chase Bank. Then
Yeah.
over here, you got Citizens, the green. See that little green dot?
Yeah.
That's Citizens Bank. Then you got the Barclay Center. You know what I mean? Barclay Bank. That's over here in the corner. I'm trying to get around to it. But yeah, all the major banks, Citibank, all them banks, they got they main headquarters here. Discover, like every bank that you think about is here. Bank of America.
Yeah.
What's the other joint that you pay the your damn, what's it called? For the what's the name of it? For what's the shit you pay your you pay your dues or your tuition back to. What's that called again? The Mary what's her name?
Oh, Fanny, what I know you're talking about.
You know, Mary, is it Mary Kate? Not no, I don't think not Mary Kate, but man, I can't think of the name of it.
I know what you're talking about though, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's out here. You know what I mean? Like, so basically, you paying your money back to that institution. That's out here. You know where you get all your loans from when you were in college.
Sally Mae, that's it.
Sally Mae, yeah, the Sally Mae joint. That's out here. Everything is out here as far as the banks goes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So all the businesses and stuff, you know what I mean, they got a tax break here, so they build the foundation here where they major headquarters be at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, this state something else, bro. Like this out here, they was the first one to sign the Constitution. So they was definitely getting on the board, but they was even known for having like the last free, like even after the Emancipation Proclamation, if you check out on that Georgetown thing, it's going to give you a description of some people that still own slaves after that out here.
Yeah, ain't the DuPont?
Yeah, they from here. Yep, they built the whole thing.
Yeah, I think they got something to do with somehow they was using some labor they wasn't supposed to. But you know, they got their hands in everything.
Well, the DuPonts, they was the ones that built their first children's hospital out here due to the fact that they was heavy into incest. You know what I'm saying? So they kids started coming out, you know what I mean, deformed because they was trying to keep the money in the family. So they ended up building their first children's hospital out here for them. You know what I mean? They had a mental institution, you know what I'm saying, out here. And it's named after the DuPonts. And they land is crazy. Like they own all the roads out here, like all the highways and all that. Like they own the state pretty much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You travel on these roads out here, you're on DuPont roads. Like it's called DuPont Highway. You know what I mean? They contribute. How they got their money up is because they contribute to the first war. They were providing both sides with gunpowder and ammunition.
Right. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's all, Lord. I just want to add on, man, and show some enlightenment, man. You know what I mean? Because we definitely can see the signs because they still evident, man. You know what I mean? They got it right in your face. You just gotta do the knowledge to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because listen, you know, I recall we used to go to all those places. Even to this day, right now, if you go to the South Street Seaport or you go to Washington Square Park, you will see a lot of young black people hanging out. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about teenagers, early 20s and everything. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you most of them don't know the history of that place. So like for
it's like something drew them there.
recall when they was down south and they was talking about all those statues?
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, a lot of y'all left places that have monuments to slavery to go down there to argue with some people.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying about monuments to slavery? But that's another thing I think we need to battle. Not really battle, but I think that's a part of the narrative. Like how you were just saying with this lady, whatever her name is.
Patty Candy, yeah.
Yeah, and other people where and Jasim had asked this question a minute ago too when I was telling that joke about Delaware was on our side or West Virginia was on our side, meaning the North, you know what I'm saying, in the Civil War, but at the same time, for instance, take like Jim Crow. You know, Jim Crow just had more finesse in the North. You understand what I'm saying? You know, in your big cities where you know, it's this image that you know, in New York or Chicago or Detroit or all these places is like a kind of promised land, you know what I'm saying, for black people. You know what I'm saying? The reality is that, you know, Jim Crow was probably stronger in the North than it was in the South. You know what I'm saying? Most people probably live more segregated in the North than in the South. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was coming up, my whole neighbor, like it was, you know, a couple, like the white people that was still around, people knew who they was. Like they was almost famous for being white.
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
everybody
Like,
knew. If you seen them walking down the street, oh, that's such and such. Because everybody,
right,
it's only a couple of them. You know what I'm saying?
right. Like it was so crazy, G. When I actually came down here, you know what I'm saying? I came down here in Born God, so it was like a cultural shock. You know what I'm saying? Because due to the fact, like I ain't had too many white kids in the school. Now I'm going to schools where it's predominantly white and black. You know what I mean? The
Mm-hmm.
public school, and you know, that was my last year of high school. So I'm like, wow, this shit is different. And then I'm still seeing the condition or the mentality that they having out here. Like, you know, they was already conditioned. Yes, master. You know what I mean? Like, it was sad, man, that they have no idea on what was what. Like, they never even left. You know how people still don't leave a block, like they really don't leave their neighborhood, or they never seen nothing. Like it was amazing to me, G.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And that's why I said that a lot of these places in the North, you know what I'm saying, once the real way of life sets in, you know, you end up more segregated than any place else. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
New York City is one of the most segregated places in the world. You know what I'm saying? Where other people come here and they remark like, "Yo, New York City is, you know," and it's always been like that since I can recall. Where, you know, when you go in a neighborhood, you know what neighborhood you in.
Here you win. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Even to this day, I tell people I don't know about other cities, but in New York, right? When you see those people that's gentrifying, those are new people
hmm
from New York. You know what I'm saying? Like people that's from New York, we not going to those other areas. Like I don't care how much they tell me the world changed, right? I'm not moving to Howard Beach. I'm not moving
like,
to Bensonhurst or no
like
place
back in
like
the
that.
day, man. I see. I grew up in Medina, so back in the day, we wouldn't even ride our bikes to like Sheepshead Bay and shit like that. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Not
Like
going down there.
we used to go out there with the mentality, look, we gonna have to rumble. You know what I mean? We hop the train, hop the J train, take that shit to CI or something, and stay in the distance of, you know what I mean, of the P's. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it was just real like that back in the day. You know what I mean?
But you know, now you got these people who, you know, they from wherever they from, so they don't know no better. You know,
Right.
yeah, infinite satisfaction. He brought up Yusef Hawkins. You know, that was in Bensonhurst. You don't remember the other brother though from Howard Beach that they chased him across the highway? That was
Mm.
before Yusef Hawkins. You know, I never met the brother. I don't, you know what I'm saying, not too many other people spoke on that. But it was a brother named Prince Love. You know what I'm saying? Brothers from New York, from Medina, they probably recall Prince Love. That used to rock all the jewelry and all that. You know what I'm saying? And Prince Love said that that brother that got returned in on Howard Beach, right? That brother was a 5%.
Mm.
Yeah, he said, I think he said his name was C God. And he said he had seen the brother and he told him, like, yeah, he got some static with the, you know what I'm saying? And he said he had told the brother, like, yo, man, just be out, man. Like, why you know what I'm saying? Like, it was something where it was like, come on, man, this is silly. And whatever ended up happening, they end up, whatever jumped off, he ran out into the highway to escape them and got hit by a car.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was one of the things that, you know, that was, how would you say, those are the things that led up to a lot of things that happened in New York, you know what I'm saying? Especially like in the 90s, like with the, remember the other situation in Crown Heights? Michael Griffith, that was his name. Infinite Satisfaction. He would call his name.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael Griffin. That was his honorable name. But the brother Prince Love said that he was a 5%. I think he said his name was Seagull. You know what I'm saying? But just saying that was a part of the climate. You know what I'm saying? Like this is, you know, like the rest of the people in the rest of the world. This is where y'all got Al Sharpton from. You know what I'm saying? But it got real racial in New York City for a minute there. $793. Which one you said was the most vivid? The Howard Beach one? Yeah, the Tawana Brawley case. That was another thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, all of this was this is like the climate in which I'm learning the black man is God and the white man is the devil. You know, all of this is stuff that's happening, you know, either right before, right during, or right after the time I got the knowledge. Eleanor Bumpus. Definitely. Which one was the highway one? Howard Beach was the highway one. Yeah, Eleanor Bumpus was another crazy one. They had another situation like that, but for whatever reason, it didn't get to what's the name? It didn't get very publicized. There was a lady in Harlem that they bust in her house on a warrant that was it wasn't the right person. It wasn't the right person. It wasn't the right apartment. And they threw a flash bomb in the house and the lady returned. This was like, I want to say this was like the mid 90s. And you know, but by that time, you know, we different now. You know what I'm saying? We not ready to get out there, you know what I'm saying, and let them know that we ain't appreciate that. Philip Pinnell, which one was that? That was another. What happened with that situation, 793rd? Recall it was a situation, we was talking about the New Jersey police a while ago. Recall the situation where some cops shot up a whole van full of little kids. Jasim said, I hate hearing about they surrounded a house and burnt it down with kids inside. Where was that? That's that Dynamite Bob. That's that Dynamite Bob stuff. Philip Pennell was a kid in Teaneck, New Jersey, down the block from the rink in the 90s. And what was that situation? Jasim said he did a presentation in grade school about the Fred Hampton Sr. assassination. They burnt down a house with kids in Oakland? Whoa. Dynamite Bob was the dude that was blowing up everything in Mississippi, no, in Alabama. He was the dude that blew up that church. Dynamite Bob. Sounds like the PA Africa movement. What's the PA Africa? What's PA? Yeah, Fred Hampton was in Chicago. You know, you ever saw the documentary about the guy that set that up? Move, yeah, I know about Move, yeah. They firebombed the block. Right, yeah, that was another thing. Yeah, that was, man. That's the what's the name people, right? That's the Abu, what's the name? Mumia, that's the Mumia people, right? Mumia. The van thing happened when some young brothers were on their way to college. Yeah, they shot up a whole van like they thought it was stolen or something. Whatever happened with that? But yeah, it's been a lot of crazy stuff that happened out there, you know. But like I said, you know, that was a certain amount of people that, you know, that's why I think they were very aggressive in, you know, all the attempts to eliminate them. You know, they was very aggressive in all the attempts to eliminate them because, you know, that was the last of the people that was serious, you know what I'm saying, about freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, yeah, this is a movement and everything, but this is, you know, this is our life here, man. This is, you know, this is how we living. And, you know, we not taking no, you know, we ain't going home until something change. They want a big lawsuit over that, at least that, man. Mumia joined after they bombed the houses. All right. I just knew he was affiliated with it, but I didn't know. So that didn't take them out when they bombed the houses. I thought that took them out. What happened with who? What else I was just bringing up? Oh yeah, did y'all ever see the documentary with the dude who set up uh uh Fred Hampton? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Jasim said it was a brother named Abuka Sanders around where he's at, shot the man 20 times and he was naked and had mental health issues. Yeah, we had a couple of what's the name? So Infinite Satisfaction said he seen a dude who set up Fred Hampton, or he seen a story about the dude. Jasim said, nah, I never wanted to know more about that dude. I mean, that was a pretty heavy presentation. What grade was you in? Like somebody was supposed to stop you. Thank you. I could picture you up in front of the class, man.
It's 4 o'clock.
I could picture you up in front of the class talking about this stuff, man. Teachers like, whoa, man. That's a little bit of a heavy topic right there. But nah, what I saw though, Infinite, was a documentary on the guy. You know what I'm saying? Where he said that he wasn't even really, like, he didn't work for the FBI. You know what I'm saying? He said, he wasn't even a pro-black kind of guy or nothing. That in all actuality, he got caught stealing a car. He wasn't even from Illinois. You know what I'm saying? He was from Michigan, I think he said. He got caught stealing a car. So he said just that he got caught stealing a car, whatever, he facing the case or whatever. He got a couple little stuff on his jacket, so he know he about to get locked up. So he was like, I was looking for a way out, but I didn't really, at the time I just was focused. I wasn't really, I didn't know how I was going to come about it, but I was ready to get out. And he said the people came up to him and they said, look, why don't you go join the Black Panthers for us and tell us what's going on? And he said he wasn't even on no pro-black stuff or nothing, that he was already into that or nothing. It just, they just came. They was like, yo, look, we need some information. We can't get it. Would you, could you do this for us? Infinite, will you stop with those butter biscuits, man? But they just came and said, look, we need to get, so they was like, yo, could you do that for us? So he said, yo, being that he was looking for an opportunity out, he said, yeah, he went for it. And the thing that bugs me out, he said, yeah, I go down there, apply, they put me on. They made him head of security. They made him head of security. So the way that went down, the reason how they got in the house and everything was he, being that he was head of security, all the people who was real or whatever, I'm saying, that he knew would, put some resistance. He made sure they were stationed somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? He told them where Fred Hampton was going to be resting at. You know what I'm saying? And he left the doors open and he went down the street and gave them the signal. You know what I'm saying? Now, according to him, in this thing that I saw, because I think the Infinite, did he commit suicide? I think he ended up committing suicide. But he was saying that, when he came back down the block after it was over, you know what I'm saying, that he said that, that was when it first hit him what happened. Like, he didn't realize that he was setting all, what was going to be the outcome, but that when he came back and he saw, how many shots they let off and, the carnage of it, that's when he realized that, he did something bad. You know what I'm saying? So I think they said he ended up committing suicide, but I'm not positive about that. You know what I'm saying? But it was because I saw another video of people like just in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood, they allowed the people to go in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like after the crime scene was cleared up, and like when the people just went in there and saw how many shots they let off and everything, and just, you know, the way it went down. And, you know, it was just one of them situations where you didn't have to be there to know that this ain't go down the way it's supposed to go down. Jasim said the only dude with a gun in the entire place had a shotgun. The only shot fired from the Panthers was into the ceiling. So Jasim, was there other traders there besides that guy? I mean, you did the report on it, that's why I'm Yeah, Hoover said what we fear most is a black messiah. Yeah, so 793rd, you seen the documentary that I'm talking about, right? Jasim said, if I recall, there was more than a few. Yeah, see, I didn't know, with that, that's one of those things where, even when you come amongst the five, right? The way we deal with the examination, the way, 793rd, use a word right here, mentally abrasive. The way we set the bar pretty high to get, you can get the basics. But to get the real jewels, we set the bar pretty high. You know what I'm saying? That was another thing that was in that documentary. I think it was the same documentary. That was another thing that was in that documentary, was they was talking about how the Panthers expanded. And they were saying that they had like they was doing a thing in Oakland. You know what I'm saying? They was already showing up at arrests, making sure police didn't brutalize people. They already had some of their programs going in terms of the kids and education and everything. And that they had some event where they went to the state house to protest something. But when they went to the state house, they came with their guns. You know what I'm saying? Because, that was already their MO at that time, that, we come in to protect the people, or, and at some point, while they protesting up at the state capitol, Ronald Reagan comes. Ronald Reagan is the governor of California at the time. And Ronald Reagan showed up at the state capitol, and they start chasing him or something. Somehow or another, Ronald Reagan is running one way and they running behind him. Exactly how it worked out, I don't know. That's what they said. This is what I recall from the documentary. And that at some point, as they chasing them like into the state house, and all this stuff happens. And because the governor is there and all this other stuff is going on, is cameras out there. So the cameras catch them chasing the governor, and, they running all through whatever is going on, that people all over the country saw the coverage of that. And that once they saw the coverage, everybody's like, yo, this movement right here, like, I like the way this is going down. You know what I'm saying? I want to I wanna be with that. And so people from all over the country started showing up in Oakland saying that, we down. We wanna, we wanna. So they put everybody on that came. And it was at the point where there was so many people that came that there was no way for us to really qualify and disqualify and know who's who. So, like what Infinite Satisfaction is saying right here is he heard a lot of informants converted and became double agents. I mean, you gotta think a lot of them, they can't come back. But the Panthers, that definitely was a situation where, you know, uh, that was one of them situations where, you can't put, you can't mix clean water and dirty water. Personally, and this is my opinion right here, I think Eldridge Cleaver, he was he's not right. Jasim, I don't know if did you research, more of the, and you said you was doing this in the 4th or 6th grade? Like, were you up there telling them how many times he got shot and all this stuff in the 4th and in the 5th grade? That's pretty heavy, man. I think I did a report on ants or something around that age. Like ants. Like fire ants and soldier ants and stuff like that. But that's one of the reasons that we, go through such lengths to make sure people is qualified and disqualified. But yeah, he's the one that went to Africa. What did your reporting tell you about Eldridge Cleaver? 793 said too much highly publicized magnetism displayed drawing the masses, so the movement can't tell who's who and who's really about it or not. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We have much more regular. We have much more regular reports. 793 said he did his on the dude that went to Antarctica. Josh Simmons up there. Josh Simmons up there talking about, and they bust through the door. them people probably still having nightmares right now. Them people probably still having nightmares right now, man, from Josh Simmons up there. Like, yeah, I don't know what happened, man. Some kid, man. Oh, man. Infinite Satisfaction said, didn't Eldridge Cleaver endorse Bloomberg? Yeah, there's something like that did happen. Something like that did happen, Infinite. I'm not really sure what, but I'm going to tell you what it is about. He said what Jassim said what he remembers about Cleaver was that he met with Gaddafi. See, I'm gonna tell you something, man. That well, I tell you what the thing is, what the things are that I think is a little bit funny about Eldridge Cleaver. One thing is everybody else is young college students. The other founders, I'm saying. You a dude that went to jail. You coming out of prison. What you doing hanging around, and these dudes is in their early 20s. You 32. Right? That's, generally speaking, There's not, you know what I'm saying? There's not, Bobby Rush was the one that endorsed Bloomberg. It could have been, but Eldridge Cleaver style got him. You know, that's one thing. You know, you coming out of jail, and then here's the thing. You coming out of jail for rape. Now we a group of people who we saying our mission is to protect the community. Why would we put a rapist on with us? Why would a rapist, why would we be even associating with this rapist? And then in this book, he says something that was quite disturbing for me. Where he said that his goal was always, he adored the white woman so much that she was his true prize to rape. But to build up the skill and the courage that he needed to attack a white woman, he practiced on black women because he knew no one cared about them. Now, how many, yeah, in his book, what's his book? Soul on Ice? Yeah, Eldridge Cleaver did like 8 years for rape or something like that. And then, you know, the situation with the kid. What's the kid that he got killed? What's the kid's name that he got killed? Where, you know, because I heard the kid that got killed, he was only like 17 or 18. Bobby Rush is in his 30s by now. You know, there's another thing. We here to protect the community. And you taking this kid with you on this mission, and the kid gets killed. You know what I'm saying? And it, apparently that kind of rubbed everybody the wrong way. And that's when he kind of fell out of favor. And then after you run away, how many people saw the I don't know whose show it is, but it's like a talk show, and Huey Newton is on the talk show after he gets out of jail, and Eldridge Cleaver calls in on the phone. And he's basically telling Huey Newton that Huey Newton is a coward because he's not continuing to push the envelope. And Huey Newton is like, wait a minute, how you telling me I'm a coward because I'm not in the street busting my gun, and you in Africa, son, because you jetted off? Like, dude, I just came home, son. They try to give me the gas, man. They try to put me in the chair, son, while you running. And you gonna say I'm the coward. Why would you still be there after you seen you done got this kid killed? After you seen the heat is so much that you're in Africa, but you still telling these dudes that's younger than you that they need to go into the teeth of the dragon and do this type of stuff. All these things, you know, look, I never met them. I never met the rest of them. But I mean, you know, and I mean, and I'm talking about on some street shit too. On some street shit. How many organizations can a rapist be a founding member? Black people, street people. How many organizations can a rapist be a founder? Like, did you tell the brothers this before? This stuff crazy. See this right here? Oh, Infinite, you wasn't that far off. It appears Eldridge Cleaver endorsed Ronald Reagan, but he in fact became a member of the GOP. He became a GOP conservative. Hold on. This right here is, I guess, his obituary, and this is from May 2nd, 1998. It says he died yesterday in Pomona, California, right? Now, look, how do you get to be in Pomona, California? But as we spoke earlier, there's $1 million on the side of Shakur's head. And once again, like I said, I wasn't there. But, when you read her book, apparently she was in the food program, tutoring the kids. She wasn't, robbing banks. Hold on. Let's read into this. Let me see if I can get up to the part. Yeah, see, this is all 8 Panthers in Oakland, California, and the police, and fled to exile in Cuba and Algeria, adding the causes of communism and third world liberation to his repertoire. But after he returned to the United States in 1975, Mr. Cleaver metamorphosized into variously a born-again Christian, a follower of the Reverend Sun Myung Moon, a Mormon, a crack cocaine addict, a designer of men's trousers featuring a codpiece, and even finally a Republican. Here he goes right here. Soul on Ice, Memoir as Manifesto. When Soul on Ice was published in 1968, it had a tremendous impact on the intellectual community radicalized by the civil rights movement, urban riots, the war in Vietnam, and campus rebellions. It was a wild, divisive time in the United States, and Mr. Cleaver's memoir, From Folsom State Prison, where he was doing time for rape, was hailed as an authentic voice of Black rage in a white rule world. I just read that just because a lot of y'all were saying that y'all didn't hear that this guy's a rapist. Bobby Hutton, that's the kid that got killed when he was 17. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I know this is not proof. This is evidence. This is not proof. But do these things seem kind of agent-ish? do these things seem a tad bit agent-ish? Whose name is Eddie Kane? Yeah, that's kind of agent like, right? You come back and you become you blend into all these things. I just Eldridge Cleaver is a funny character to me. To me, it's like yeah, you had. And has anyone heard of the guy? What's his name? Aiko or something? It was a Japanese guy who is like a well-known. I wouldn't say well-known, but he is a known double agent kind of guy, and he's the guy that the Black Panthers got the guns from. So somebody said earlier that there was a lot of agents. In my, I haven't done a lot of, I haven't done a huge amount of research on them. But yeah, over the time, to me, yeah, they chock full of agents over there. Like from the very beginning. Has anybody heard of that guy though? That's his name. Richard Aiko. Richard Ayoko or something like that. He's a Japanese guy. And the FBI was already using him to infiltrate Asian movements. And I'm gonna tell you another thing, and this is gonna ruin because this started out we was hotepping. This is gonna ruin the hotep aspect. But look here. Uh Kathleen Cleaver. Now, first of all, y'all would had to excuse me. Maybe I know, we have people, to draw it up, black people come in all these shades. But look, I thought Kathleen Cleaver was a white woman the first time I seen her. And being that I didn't know at first that the Black Panthers, I thought it was a pro-black group. I didn't really know they wasn't pro-black or anti-white. I just saw them with the black fists and the leathers and the guns. I never really saw them the other part of it. And of course, they not, the mainstream media don't want you to know that what they really was dealing with is tutoring and school breakfast and stuff like that. So, based on that, when I see this white woman, she's speaking like she's the leader. But what other issue I got with those two? One other issue I got with those two. Kathleen Cleaver and the Black Panther women in general got a considerable amount to do with black feminist thought. from what's the lady's name? The lady that was on the picture with Gloria Steinem, the black lady that she was affiliated with the Panthers. I don't think she was ever actually a Panther. Something Davis. Has anyone ever noticed that? Yeah, I heard that too. Infinite satisfaction. Yeah, Angela Davis. She's another person. What I'm saying is an example. Has anyone noticed that those Black Panther women have a considerable amount to do with Black feminist thought? Or am I off base with that? Because that's an observation that I've made. $793, so they slipstreamed it right under them. Yeah, hold on, that's one good thing. I keep forgetting I got the screen right here. Well, no, I don't want to I don't want to take that one down because I want to see what's going on with that lady. See if we can what is this? All right, this says ode to our feminist foremothers. The intersectional. Y'all know about the intersectionality, don't y'all? Y'all don't want me to. Y'all don't want me to. Y'all don't want me to tell y'all about the intersectionality. Y'all not ready. Y'all don't want me to have to inform y'all about the intersectionality. All right, so now we're on this screen. We should be seeing. What is this? This doesn't. Uh, yeah, this is. Let me see if I can find something, man, with a more direct reference. Because see, there's some peculiar things, right, about Kathleen Cleaver. Let's see. Let's read a little bit of this right here. Right? Are y'all on the page with me here? The International Socialist Review. You read a little excerpts off of here, what I'm talking about. The international, the international intersectionality. Listen, man, y'all. K Black C Supreme said feminism got no place in the black community. It's another form of divide and conquer. But let's check some of this out right here. In February 1970, Kathleen Cleaver, communications secretary of the Black Panther Party, was asked by a reporter from the women's page of the Washington Post what she thought was a woman's role in the revolution. She responded in part, "No one ever asked what a man's place in the revolution is." To many, the Black Panther Party conjures up a hyper-masculine image of black men in leather coats and berets carrying guns, yet at its height, according to a survey conducted by Chairman Bobby Seale in 1969, the party membership was over 60% female. These women were integral to every aspect of party life, including serving as prominent leaders, yet until recently, much of their work has been sidelined in historical research and popular media. Recent scholarship is shedding light on the role of women in the Black Panther Party and the Black struggle more broadly for activists involved in today's struggles, from women who have been at the forefront of the Black Lives Matter movement to the widespread impact and identification with Me Too, which among other things has prompted a reckoning with sexism within activist spaces, to the popular use of the term intersectionality to make sense of the interlocking forces of racial, class, and gender oppression. See that you see that to see that that's what the intersectionality is the intersection of all of these different oppressions. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to know who enforces the intersectionality, the rules of the intersectionality. With hold on, I want to we want to get to some some quotes in particular. Let's look for some quotes from Kathleen Cleaver. Mm-hmm. I saw some in that. Yeah, this is also speaking right here about okay, here we go. Right? Sexist attitudes and formulations among party leadership were evidenced perhaps most starkly in the case of Eldridge Cleaver, who joined the party and became Minister of Information. Can we say that? Listen, is that a name? Are you getting some sandwiches?
A couple beers or something.
Hold on.
I'll pay, man. I'll pay.
He became the Minister of Information. That listen, is that a name? What kind of name is that for you to accept? Minister of Information.
Professor Griff.
Man, listen.
That's what I can think of.
Cleaver, a convicted rapist, wrote in his influential book Soul on Ice that he considered the rape of white women to be a revolutionary act and that he practiced on black women to start. While this book was written before he entered the party, he never officially repudiated these views before joining. Early on, female members were referred to as Pantherettes, and there was a separate hierarchy and chain of command for female members, although this was dropped rather quickly for reasons discussed below. During his 1968 presidential campaign with the Peace and Freedom Party, Eldridge Cleaver popularized the idea of pussy power that women should withhold sex from men who didn't vote for the party. These examples and others have subsequently been held up as evidence that the Black Panther Party was a thoroughly misogynist organization, yet this assessment fails to account for both the social context in which the party operated, as well as the tremendous evolution the party underwent on these questions over the course of just a few years. As Kathleen Cleaver pointed out, what I think is distinctive about gender relations within the Black Panther Party is not how those gender relations duplicated what was going on in the world around us. In fact, that world was extremely misogynist and authoritarian. That's part of what inspired us to fight against it. When women suffered hostility, abuse, neglect, and assault, this was not something arising from the policies or structure of the Black Panther Party, something absent from the world that's what was going on in the world. The difference that being in the Black Panther Party made was that it put a woman in a position when such treatment occurred to contest it. All right, now here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Because in this it doesn't say it right here. But if you do a little bit of research, if you do a little bit of research on the Black Panthers, right? Apparently the story of Kathleen and Eldridge Cleaver, right, is Kathleen was a college student. She's about 19. Like I said, Eldridge Cleaver is a rapist coming from jail. And, you pick this almost white woman right here. After you said how much you love white women in your book, right? He goes to a college, I think it's in the state of Tennessee. And Kathleen Cleaver is there. She's giving some type of speeches. She's somehow involved with him being brought to the college to give a speech. So she meets him, while he's there giving a speech. And she moves back to California with him from that meeting right there. She moves back to California with him. And now we've just heard from Eldridge Cleaver and the type of mentality he has and the type of person that he is. And then we have somebody who informs Black feminist thought. She's one of the people that, Black feminist thinkers, they refer back to women like her, right? But your experience with Black men is of a rapist who, I think is an agent. But then you extrapolated out what his mentality is, that this is how Black men think. Not this crazy individual that none of us would condone. None of us would, hopefully none of y'all in the room would bring this cat around me talking about he's one of us. So that's another problem, that I somebody would have to. They see we talking about Sidney Poitier. Yeah, Sidney Poitier is who he is. But Eldridge Cleaver, nah, I don't like him. You really you have to tell me where I'm wrong. You know, you have to point out that nah, I got bad information. But what Jasim said, unfortunately, that's been used to dilute the beneficial effects they fought for in the first place and being used to further separate black families. What you saying, like this black feminist thought kind of, yeah, it's very vicious. K Black C Supreme said Cleaver is probably the reason why to this day they still try to equate the Panthers to the KKK. The Mau Mau's, yeah, that's what's my man's name? Kenyatta. So yeah, that was a little detour, I guess I took there into. I don't even know how that came up. How we started talking about the no, we was talking about infiltrators or something, right? And then yeah, we started talking about the Panthers through uh Fred Hampton. You know, but Fred Hampton, you know, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't put Fred Hampton, like if somebody gave you a description, like you wrote a paragraph that, yo, this is Fred Hampton, he's from Chicago, 21, you know what I'm saying? You know, this is the type of stuff he's about. You wouldn't think he's associated with no 30-something-year-old rapist. Original C says sounds like a white woman experience with a crazy, yeah, with a crazy rapist, you know what I'm saying? Just a way to keep the Willie Lynch program alive. Yeah, you know, these people that y'all are basing this thought on and the stuff that they're basing this thought on. Like some of it is just literally, you know, like I saw one, it was one thing I was watching, right? And there was a dude where he was saying that this was, I think he was saying like this was right after Fred Hampton got murdered, right? And he was like, basically, it was a thing where they was rolling on all the Panthers, you know what I'm saying, that had like strongholds. So wherever he was at, he was like, yo, they got in a situation where, you know, they was surrounded by the police, you know what I'm saying? It's you know, guns drawn, everything. They locked down in the house. And so at one point, the interviewer asked the guy, like, yo, you know, well, how did you feel, you know what I'm saying, when this showdown was going on? And so the dude says, yo, you know, I felt like a man. You know what I'm saying? I felt like, you know, you're not going to tell me what to do. You're not going to make me do. Now I'm not. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a wisdom my culture. You know what I'm saying? And then you had this woman, you know, her analysis of it was, you see how he's equating, you know, any black struggle or any, you know, thing that we accomplish from it, you know, it's all equated to manhood. You know, it was, see that, you know, to me that, you know, that was a thing. And like I said, you know, we came a long way from Hotepin right now. But that was the thing, what has occurred. You know, somebody asked about the intersectionality. The intersectionality is basically the first stage of the intersectionality, right, was convincing black women that the struggle for freedom, justice, and equality was really for the black man. that the black man was struggling for freedom, justice, and equality for himself, and that the black woman better get her own agenda because she wasn't going to be a part of the man's agenda. Phase 2 of the intersectionality was convincing black women that slavery was about patriarchy. Wasn't about money, wasn't about race. It was about patriarchy. So if it's about patriarchy, then it's a man thing. So the problems between the black man and the white man is really a struggle over who's going to be in control of the patriarchy. But that the whole goal of the patriarchy in the end is to control and keep women down. So now the white woman who slept in the same bed with the slave master, who sat on the porch and drank liquor, drank Tennessee whiskey, and watched the black man and the black woman working out in the field, she's convinced the black woman that she is not partners with the white man. That in fact, it's the black man that's partners with the white man in the patriarchy, and that all forms of oppression is really a result of this partnership within the patriarchy. Now, I could be, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I'm saying let's just pretend for a minute that I'm accurate in my assessment. Is that some of the craziest stuff you ever heard? Like, think about how dumb would we have to be to make a deal like that? Like, look, I'm gonna make a deal where we're gonna be partners, right? But you're gonna be shooting me down in the street at will, and it ain't gonna be no recourse. You know, we partners, but I'm gonna take all this time in jail, you know, to benefit the patriarchy, so that the patriarchy can work out. I'm gonna be the ones that uphold the jails. You know, I'm gonna be the one that makes the least amount of money when I go to work out of everybody. That's how we gonna do this patriarchy. That's the most, but in my mind, this is where the root of the root of that that's what's at the root of that, and just a lot of confusion. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I said, it's a brilliant move because you got to change a person's whole value system to where your value system is not really, you see the family falling apart and you don't really value it like that. So you can still think you getting ahead even though things is falling apart around you. It's like everybody understand that health is wealth because you can have all the money you want. If you can't even get up and, get on the computer, if you don't have enough health to get on the computer and order something from Amazon, then that wealth ain't doing, that money ain't doing you no good. So by the same token, just like I was saying the other day, when you look at these people, these, Oprah, Bill Cosby, Michael Jordan, all these people, one thing you see, we look up to them, but in their worlds, they're isolated. They by themselves. Like, yeah, Michael Jordan, you own an NBA team, but you pulling up the rear, son. You just hear, you like the Washington Generals for the Harlem Globetrotters. Yeah, 793rd. I don't know why we would put up with any of that stuff right there. I don't know why we would put up with any of that stuff right there in the partnership. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, don't they see how we get down? You know what I'm saying? What? Listen. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. K Black C Supreme. I love this point right here. What you made. I love this point right here. What you made. Hold on for a second. K Black C Supreme said. K Black C Supreme said, but she was getting the black man murdered wholesale after slavery by lying on him whenever she felt it, just to flex her power. Look at the Emmett Till situation. And I'm glad you put that. I don't know if everybody knows that, Black Seed Supreme. Does everybody know that lady that accused Emmett Till recanted her accusation? And said she made it up to get attention? Is everyone aware of that? So this is something that in general, not just, a lot of white people, they like to play this game. That we weren't, we weren't slave masters. That was John Harding Hawkins, who wasn't Jane Harding Hawkins. All the Night Riders, they were men. But you leave that little coinky dink out. That a lot of those brothers that we see the pictures of them hanging from trees, that was on your word. This is what I'm saying. These are the convenient little things. Listen, they should be beating the women up in the house too. The white woman slave master thing. I mean, come on. We just use your common sense. The slave master is bringing this woman in the house so he can beat. You watching this woman, you watching these slave women have kids for your husband. They was in there beating a woman up too. But we ain't gonna mention that part because it's about patriarchy. That's an excellent. You brought up an excellent point, and this is a part of the G because it only says John Harden Hawkins. It doesn't say Jane Harden Hawkins, or like the brother Original C just brought up this lady right here, Patty Cannon.
It's 5 o'clock.
Are we going to forget that all of this stuff happened at the word of Queen Elizabeth? We talking about the 1 in 36, the English C lesson. Who was a lot of this other stuff done for? Besides Queen Elizabeth, who was a lot of this other stuff done for? Queen Isabella. Original C said Jordan has been building prisons too from the sneaker sales, so that's a good reason to kill for a new pair of Jordans. Man, yeah, that is, I wonder, I wonder how much he's put into education. Yeah, phrase. I don't know how she got away with. I mean, I don't know how she didn't. If it was today, and I said to you, fly phrase. Look, the cat over there. Yeah, he did something diabolical. Knowing full well you was going to take him out. And me and you would be in jail together. So how she got off with that? Seven, 8:30, man. You go ahead. Fly phrase said how easily they forget this though. Bring it up, and it's like, oh well, that was so long ago. Nobody cares. You weren't even alive, but mention 9/11, and it's all never forget. But slavery. Nah, see, look, I got See, one thing about being from New York. I suppose if you like out in California and Washington State, these type of places, where, see, in New York, you got a strong immigrant tradition. So in New York, we got a large amount of, Caucasians, Europeans that tell you that, listen, well, my family, migrated to America in, 1890, 1904, whatever. So we was never even here during slavery. We don't, that don't got to do with us. Let me tell you something, man. I got answers for all that. Like this one you said right here, right? Slavery was a long time ago. All right, then why I gotta still learn about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Why you tell me about how your forefathers fought on this land for freedom, but I can't speak about how those same forefathers enslaved my forefathers? Why we gotta learn about Abraham Lincoln? Why is George Washington still in our money? Why does this body of land still have the name that they gave it in 1776 if none of that counts? See, what you want to do is pick and choose what counts, right? To deal with what they call that word white fragility. You see, I don't deal with that. I don't let them off the hook. Infant said Michael Jordan is heavily invested in private prisons. Wow. Oh, Fly Fraser saying it's a different Michael Jordan. Although it's a white Michael Jordan who's heavily. Wow, this. Yeah, Google that. Margaret Sanger. Wait, what's up back here? I miss. Yeah, Margaret Sanger. She's another. She's a But you got your people that's been convinced of that. I mean, that's another thing. Let me ask you a question. And this type of things where I'm saying that look, this is what to me it's like, all right, see where your mind, how you think. Let me ask you a question. Is birth control healthcare? I wish I had some of my 15% female listeners in here right now. Is birth control healthcare? I mean, either way, man, even if he not invested in in jail, you know, uh, everybody else is playing the spook that sat by the door. Like that's what other like look, when Yao Ming was in the NBA, he did things to benefit Asian people. You know what I'm saying? You know, these people, a lot of things, that's a cipher. Where listen, yeah, man, he went out there, played ball, he earned it and all that. But look, it's our support that put you where you at, son. See other people, like for instance, when Original C was on, you know what I'm saying, and he was talking about how, you know, the DuPont family built up their state. Their people, they built that up. When you ride on the roads, you riding on their roads. You know, even in terms of grooming. In terms of grooming, Michael Jordan, it was like he I mean, you can't say everybody did that. Not every single person, but most guys, they spread the joy. Even if it was on some boule stuff, you know what I mean? It was people, you know what I'm saying, that they showed you the ropes. whether it was pointers that they gave you on the court or things that, they told you. I never heard nobody say that. Only person I heard Antoine Walker say he used to hang out with Michael Jordan, but then as soon as he lost his money, Mike stopped answering his calls. She like LeBron, you see him welcoming other people in the league. You know what I'm saying? If you on his team, look, I need to rock. But I'm saying generally in the NBA, you see him welcoming other people into the NBA. You understand what I'm saying? And, helping them to rise to the top. What's Michael Jordan's project? Like different people, Shaq, he bought the projects where he used to rest at and gave all the people in there their apartments. You know what I'm saying? LeBron, he got his academy. Other people got things that they do where you could see, because you got to remember, man, this responsibility, even when we say, look, man, when you see those people that they like, yo, look, somebody asking me the degree, I don't got to answer you. You're right. That's a responsibility you got to take on yourself. That's something you got to see inside yourself. So see, just like I said, when a person is tested and we see that, look, you were split from the people you came out the sandbox with. We know you're not going to have unity with people you don't know. Because that was never, that level of your humanity was never developed like that. K Black C Supreme says slavery never ended. This is only a different form of slavery. Yeah, that's what, to a large degree, this is really kind of the original form. I wouldn't say original, but see the chains, and all that stuff came out and became the change came out and became how would you say ubiquitous after Nat Turner. See Queen Mecca is this is how strong the indoctrination is. See, Queen Mecca say yes and no. Yes, if you feel pregnancy will cause you to be unhealthy. But in fact, getting pregnant and having babies is what pregnant women do. I mean, is what healthy women do. Birth control is not healthcare. But they get it from a doctor. And they've been trained with this mantra, you know what I'm saying, over the last years that, yo, this has got to be included in healthcare. This has got to be included in healthcare. This has got to be included in healthcare. But I'm just telling you of the different things, look, and when I say people have been convinced, that's just a specific situation, because it be on both sides. See, Queen Mega said, not sure if it's healthcare to those controlling the population. It could be termed healthcare. I think birth control can harm women, though. Sometimes it's to balance hormones, regulate menstrual cycles. See what I'm saying? This is how this thing, because see, she realized that, wait a minute, somebody's losing their life here. I don't know if this exactly helped, but it's something that this is the way it's been. I don't know how old she is, but this is the way it's been for my entire life. I wasn't born before it was Roe v. Wade. Like, there's some things that's crazy that people in general have been convinced of. Some stuff we convince ourselves. Like, you know what? It's a large percentage of young brothers that have been convinced, right, that being real means criminal. A lot of young brothers have been convinced that being real means criminal. And a lot of young black women have been convinced that being real means ratchet. Infinite Satisfaction said, I don't see how the day after pill can be healthy. See, this is infinite. When you speaking, this is what I'm saying. All of these, you know, female birth control that they consider in healthcare that they go into the doctor for, this stuff is to disturb the natural balance. Like, they naturally menstruate every 28 days. But if they start taking birth control pills, then they don't menstruate. That's actually disturbing your system. If anything you doing, right, that it takes your body, right? It takes your body time to re-regulate from it. That's not healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, when a woman gets off of birth control, it takes a minute for her system to come back normal. K Black C Supreme said Margaret Sanger admitted herself that her main motivation for Planned Parenthood was to limit and regulate the black population. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Just as a matter of health. In abortion, you gotta remember the woman's body has released all these chemicals that's supposed to be in support of the baby. So when something happens to the baby unnatural, what happens to all those chemicals? Nah, Maggie, it's not about right or wrong. I asked you the question because before you can, well, you might have been in here. Yeah, see, she says, so that's not necessarily bad, but I think that any birth control that stops women's cycles for several months is unnatural. Women can control pregnancy without medical birth control. Good question, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That anything that is disturbing your natural rhythm is not healthy. our phrase say you got to be criminal to be real. Yeah, there's a lot of, this is what happens to brothers that's, you know, you get caught up in this idea that that's what's being real. That everybody has to be gangster. Everybody has to be a hustler. Original C says some of those sisters have irregular menstrual cycles, so it's like a rest button for them due to some having heavy ones and losing too much blood. I mean, I would, you know, I would, I would like to speak to someone that has some type of expertise in that to find out if, this situation where you saying with a woman having a regular menstrual cycle, right? You giving her these birth control pills. Is this treating the symptoms or is this providing a solution to the condition? You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell me that, look, you could tell me that you got a pinky, you got a hangnail, you got a hangnail on your pinky finger, right? That is bothering you, is causing some discomfort because you got a hangnail on your pinky finger, right? And then I could chop your arm off. Discomfort in the pinky finger solved. And I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I'm saying that I'm very aware when I go around these medical people. See, Infinite saying right here, heavy cycle can be more healthily regulated by diet. I don't know all the ins and outs of that topic, but that would be my question. Like I'm saying, if somebody told me something was wrong with me and you wanted to give me a pill, I would first, think like, wait a minute, do I got a way that I, something that I do? Like if I had a cold and you said, yo, you want to, I'll be like, nah, I'm good. I got, so when I get to the house, I'm good. But that's the question. I don't know. Original C said it can come from the diet. I'm not sure of the cause of it. However, it has to be a natural way to make it through. Yeah. He's 793. He know what I'm saying too, because his mom's she work in the hospital. That sometimes they treatment. That's just for the symptoms. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes, they play games with people. They play games with people, man. And sometimes, they give you a pill, but really, man, your body healed itself, man. And they was like, see, I healed you. I'm telling you, man, they be doing that, man. There's a lot of things that look, your body go through, you know what I'm saying? Like you may even have a cancer and your body heal it. It happens, all types of stuff is happening inside us, and our bodies is fighting that right off. And it don't even affect us. Our body just fight it right off. But if you happen to went to the doctor and he tested that thing, he was like, "Oh, you got this right here." Like not for nothing. Look, this thing that we going through right now. You can go to the doctor, he can test your blood. Oh, you got that. But really, I was just in the midst of fighting that off. I don't need the stuff you was gonna give me. Then when you give me that stuff, you tell me you heal me. Nah, man, we talking about. Take the bar right here. The bar tell you, man, I beat the malaria, man. We talking about. You ain't heal me. You know what I'm saying? Infinite Satisfaction said my queen went raw vegan and stopped the heavy bleeding in 1 month. Yeah, see, a lot of these times you got, and that's another thing too, and this is more of an opinion, because I'm not, you know, physics in my thing, chemistry, biology is not, it's not that I, wouldn't be good at it. I'm just not as interested in it, you know, I think people eat a lot of foods, right? That we low level allergic to. And maybe it's the sugar, maybe it's, rice, maybe, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these different conditions, obesity and all this, because you eating food that you allergic to somehow and you having a reaction to it, it's not a big enough reaction to kill you or, you know what I'm saying? For whatever, maybe allergic is the wrong word. There definitely is a science of eating food that's from around where you from. You know what I'm saying? Just because you see somebody else eating something, that don't mean you can eat it. You know. And I think that some of these, small things, this person may produce mucus from it. This person may gain weight from it. This person may have excess bleeding from it. You know what I'm saying? But I think people are eating stuff that they're allergic to. Stuff that's killing you at such a slow pace that you don't realize it. But there is something about eating food from where you from. Like if you bring a giraffe to America and you put him in the forest and let him eat those trees, he might not do as good. Fly Frey said, why cure the disease when they can just get paid to treat the symptoms? Yeah, that's why I watch it. 793rd said his whole earth was a school nurse for middle school kids, so wasn't playing that go lay down, then go back to class was her thing. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I went to the school nurse one time. I went to the school nurse, I was told my stomach hurt, and she said, yo, did you go to the bathroom? Like, I ain't go to the goddamn bathroom, tell you my stomach hurt, so I go to the bathroom. I know if I gotta go to the bathroom. What's wrong with you? The boss said that's true. The doctors speak to you like you are never aware of how your body works. Infinite said the chemicals stay in the body with birth control. Yeah. And then they have impact. Because you gotta remember, when you're dealing with that hormonal stuff, a very little bit, a microscopic amount goes a long way. Fly Phrase said they told Dick Gregory he had cancer one time, and he said that he just talked to God and it went away. I mean, yeah, I don't know about the talking to God part, but there's an actual number on that. Like if you Google it, there's a certain amount of cancers that go into remission just on their own. Diseases in general, like 793rd might, be more aware of the number than me, what the actual number is, but there's a certain percentage of illness, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, life-threatening illness that goes in remission on its own. Even when they do something that you might consider healing you, right? It's still a way that your body is responding to the medicine. The body is still healing itself. K Black C Supreme said they try to make us think we are the same as them. We are not the same as them. We are unlike. Yeah, that's another thing too about the medicine. The medical trials. Medicine is designed for white men. That's another thing. I don't know if that's what you was bringing up right there, K Black C Supreme, but that's another thing right there. Is that one of the reasons that Black people have worse medical outcomes? I mean, it's a whole bunch of different reasons, but one of them is that the medicine is not designed for our biochemistry all the time. Infinite said a lot of estrogen. Well, yeah, a lot of estrogen and testosterone in the birth control pills passed on to the babies. 793rd said using too much of your body's resources to break it down and gain nutrients from. They're not trying to hear that though. Yeah, some people their body can't break, like, like for instance, that was one thing. Was it I think Born Mastermind might have said that. But I think I've heard this other places, but that is one thing I give Born Mastermind credit for that. In his class, he was doing his dietary stuff, right? And he was telling people not to eat rice. He was like, yo, why we shouldn't eat rice? And he was like, look, it don't agree with us. You know what I'm saying? Like Chinese people, they can eat rice and it agree with them. But when we eat rice, it have a different impact on us. La Phrase said you gotta eat real foods. If it got a list of ingredients on the back, it's not real food, it's man-made processed with a gang of chemicals. That's actual. Yeah, that's how. I recall those days. 793rd, Infinite Satisfaction said thought shapes matter. Queen Mega said I don't take birth control, but I'm sensitive. So even if I eat too much meat or overstress, I bleed heavier. Women can't use neem oil too. I took birth control less than 3 months out of 46 years. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't advise it. You know what I'm saying? And then now, that's another thing too. Now, if you notice that even with this crisis that we got, right, that they be using medicine, right? They use medicine, or how would you say it? They repurpose the medicine. Like how they saying like this thing right here, this crisis, like they just try giving people the medicine for malaria. You know what I'm saying? So they giving you this medicine, that medicine, they give it a different clinical name or whatever when they give you the prescription, but it all be the same stuff sometimes. Queen Mecca says she was vegan for years, nearly no menstruation. Whoa. Fly said you gotta eat wild rice that takes like an hour to cook. That regular 20-minute rice is all GMOs, Monsanto trash. Yeah, that's what Born Mastermind said. Yeah, see, 793rd made a point too. That some women were raised in their teens using birth control, and it also influences thinking, decisions, and thoughts at times. Yeah, it you know, anything that you're doing in your formative years, internally, chemical stuff, yeah. Queen Megan said, I think stress is the cause too, because stress causes cortisol. The elders here try to force pork on me, but I noticed when I was vegetarian, I was better. I can't even smell pork cooking. Yeah, that's one of the first things. That's one of the first things that happens to the 5%. Is all of a sudden you notice what pork actually smells like. It don't take long either, man, for you to notice, like, boy, I gotta get out of here. Infinite said, I'm going to tell my queen about neem oil. I heard neem oil is good for keeping insects out of your garden. Yeah, we had a whole discussion about that. The boss said birth control is pushed to our young females in school by these healthcare departments to control their fertility early on. Yeah. And see, it's pushed to them in school as healthcare. So this is what I'm saying. If just try it. Just like if you notice, Queen Mecca, like she went through, you know, any woman you ask that, if you right there, you could look at her face and see the thought running through her mind where she like, yeah, it's healthcare, right? Because that's what she learned it is. But when you actually ask this, she gotta consciously think about it. She's like, wait a minute, wait. It's not healthy. But that's with anything that you've been indoctrinated into for your whole life. 793rd said that's the new thing, telling people that they can lose weight too while dealing with another condition. Big Farm doesn't play. Queen Mega said, actually, there was birth control in my arm for a few years in the 90s, I guess. My hormones were everywhere, hyper emotional, a mess. Yeah. you know, there's a guy. Um, he's making the rounds doing videos on YouTube about the crisis. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing he said, that with a lot of these um drugs that they give you from big pharma, right? What they telling you is side effects is not really a side effect. It's the primary effect. But the way they're classifying a primary effect and a side effect is by which one of the effects are desirable, and whichever one of the effects, whichever part of the effect is not desirable, they're saying it's a side effect. Like, for instance, right? I'm sure everybody's heard. Has everybody heard the story of where Viagra comes from? How they discovered uh, the medicine, the Viagra pill. Infinite said, I heard there's a class action lawsuit on the birth control in the arm. They found it was causing arthritis. Whoa. That's why they tell you call a doctor if you experience this or that. Queen Mecca says she don't need birth control no more. Yeah. See, Infinite, he heard the story of it too. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh uh they first was inventing Viagra medication as a heart medication. But they noticed that this heart medication had a side effect. And so they just switched the medication into Viagra, and now that side effect from the heart medication is the main effect. But see, in certain situations, when certain things is wrong with a person's heart, they'll give them Viagra. Because the effect that it has on your heart is now the side effect. State of the art. Crazy, man. Is celibacy right? Yeah, it's like I let Queen Mecca answer you. I'll let y'all have that side, Riley. Gotta find a way to split this joint. Joe, we already pulled an all-nighter here. This new toys right here with the video. This get me this. I'm having too much fun with this. I'll be on with y'all all night. I ain't make no new designs. $793 said ecstasy was prescribed for housewives or something along with the opioid abuse that they made a thing. Coke was used by certain doctors in the earliest 20th century too. So they're always repurposing explosives. Yeah. In fact, I heard dope. Dope was supposed to be something that was supposed to take the place of cocaine, but it was supposed to be less addictive. Yeah, I know, right? It's top of the morning. We talking about we. I'm taking it down the top of the morning, but yeah, this how even if I would be on here a lot of times, I'll be doing the same thing. Working on something. I gotta do some designs, man. Gotta do some designs. But yeah, this one right here, everybody that got the link, right? Save the link. Because these long ones like this, I'm putting these in the Patreon. The Patreon. What do you call it? Patreon. So if you got the link right now, save this link. Unless you on the Patreon, it's gonna be on there. But the original excerpt, the excerpt where I'm building on the 196,940,000 square miles, I'm gonna be editing that part out, and that's gonna be on YouTube. And this other vast discussion we had will be available on Patreon, and it will anybody who saved the link, of course, you could original C said I made it through my whole shift. the yeah, the playback should be on the chat. I'll be seeing it on there. The only a couple of them, the playback is not on the chat because I downloaded it and then re-uploaded it. But I'm gonna see what happens. I think from this program right here, and it has the chat window right there. The last few, it must be some button I gotta click or something. Cause I haven't changed nothing. I haven't changed nothing. About the way I upload it. So I gotta check that. But nah, it should be ready. But at any rate, you know what I'm saying? Everybody save this link, like I said. Just well, I don't know about this link for the stream link. I don't know how that works. Just save the regular YouTube link. Hold on, Where's the? Hold on. You gotta save that. Does everybody see the link in the link right there? You know, 793rd. I was actually watching. I was watching Lord Albert and Dr. Reggie. Like right before I came online, I was just watching Dr. Reggie and Lord Albert. That's crazy, right? Yeah, that's the live video link right there that I just sent you. The other one, that's the link for you to come into the other one. That's the link that for you to come into the live video. Actually, I don't know how that works. You might still could use that one too. I haven't tested it. But yeah, I was actually watching. I was watching a couple of episodes from Mean Green, Mean Gene, the last couple of days. I was watching some. I think they reruns though. It was getting a little bit hostile. Lloyd Abbott and Dr. Reggie. I mean, I didn't when I tuned in, they was live, and I didn't catch the beginning, but you know, it seemed a little bit especially for both of them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's Rob Bourne and you know, Zion Lex, you know, and it get hostile. I mean, it's not like that makes it better. Just saying that, you know, they got more, you know, their personality is more like that. You know what I mean? To me, that was kind of shocking to see those two at that level. And then you got you know, the both sides, you know, both, you know, everybody got their crowd that kind of comes with them, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I ain't see what's up with Seti. He got his own channel. I mean, actually, I know he had his own channel, but I haven't seen no posts from him in a while. Yeah, I like Hassan too. I watch Hassan. You know, Hassan, you know, actually, you know, you have a lot of episodes where I think you know, he say some, you know, stuff that is important. You know, it's just and I mean, this is something that, you know, he say himself, you know, I'm not saying to put him down, but you know, he been through a lot. So his mental health, you know what I'm saying, is you know, might not be where, you know, in the perfect situation. You know what I'm saying? So like certain times, you know, I think, you know, he's paranoid, or certain times I think, you know, he's getting caught up in small stuff. I don't know, man. Why you know? It's definitely, you know, like I said before, you know, a certain cast that for me a little more down to earth. I like Jabari. Who you talking about? Seti? I mean, I think that's possibly what I like about it though, 793rd. It's like, you know, it's like a new kind of wrestling. You know what I'm saying?
It's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it's definitely WWE, man. Yeah. 793rd said Hassan has over, I think Hassan got close to 200,000 followers. Yeah, Hassan, man, he got so much people that be coming at him, man. And then, you know, he already got his own natural paranoia. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's not something, you know, uh, it's definitely some people that I'm not as impressed by as others. You know what I mean? Like one thing about that forum, right, is you know, it's like the battle rap of intellectual conversation. You know what I'm saying? And one thing about battle rap is you know, the like the physical performance and everything. The physical performance of it and everything is a part of it. You know, the emphasis, how you moving around, and you know how you accenting the words and everything. So it's certain people that I feel like, yeah, you know, you come on there and you know you are better at insulting people or something. And the other thing I don't like is some of the you know, like when they make connections that's too, you know what I'm saying? Like you take one half of a word and you like, yo, this proves, you know, XYZ. Yeah, they snuffed what's the name on there? Yeah, right. Punchlines, Infinite. You read that? That's the word. Yeah, some dudes like, you know, now punchlines, uh polite prize the king. You know, just punchlines in general. Yeah, they snuffed Tommy Sotomayor in there. Other than that, I see Zion Lex. And I think something happened one time with Seti, Young Pharaoh, and Q Butter. Hassan. I mean, I don't think nobody. I think at the end of the day, that's. I mean, and that's another opinion. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't know necessarily that they setting it up like where you could say it's fake, but I do think everybody's kind of on the same page. You know what I'm saying? In terms of we just playing. You know, not playing like it's an organized game, but we not gonna take it to that level. You know what I'm saying? Like you might be playing like basketball or something. It might be a call or whatever. Dudes get all hype. You know what I'm saying? Minute and a half, whatever. Then they get back to the game. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, we all, we respect that this the court right here. So, I mean, clearly to some degree, because I seen almost everybody on there. Like I seen Polite and Sinetta beefing at one time. Now he, be on there, all the time. I see him on there. I seen put uh Tazuriak and Polite beefing one time. Then I seen them being cool, you know what I'm saying? I seen Shaka Utmost and Sinetta beefing at one time. You know what I'm saying? I see Hassan and Sinetta beefing at one time. So, to a certain degree, I think, you playing with people who, kind of respect the game. They all, you know what I mean? They all respect the game. That's how it's played. You know what I'm saying? They picking that hot song, going overboard in his feelings, drinking with his girl, taping. They talk about calling the police on each other. They do talk about some crazy stuff like that with each other. But in the end, I don't know. Who used his footage? Right? They call him a snitch. Since they call him a snitch, is he gonna snitch for real? Who that? Who they took his channel down and he got it back up? YouTube is wilding out with taking people's channels down, though, man. Oh man. Oh man, yeah, yeah, I do recall that situation with Tafik and all that. Yeah, I don't know, man. See, one thing, I seen that snitch title get thrown around a lot and all that. The just the nature of the internet and what it is and how it is, and the nature of the streets and what they are and how they are, it just don't mix. Not saying you can't be who you are, what I'm saying, if you're from the streets and be on here. But I'm just saying that once, conversations go to a certain level, it's not really conducive for the internet. So it's going to leave, room open for a lot of things to look like transgressions. Or maybe even, actually become transgressions. Because remember, snitching ain't just about saying it. Snitching is about who you say it to. But yeah, I mean, he is doing his thing, in terms of uh, being the king in these YouTube streets. I probably gotta give him credit. I mean, right now I think Hassan probably in the league. In terms of people that I watch regularly, the kind of the hood brothers or whatever, Hassan, he got more people than Queens Flip. you know, but just the nature of a lot of things that he deal with too. You know what I'm saying? It's just certain things, you know, it's easy for it to go into transgression when you discussing those type of things, you know, in front of, you know, the 4 billion people or whatever that's on YouTube. Yeah, 793rd. That's the part I was like, you know, to me, there's still an issue there because of his age. But you know, that's why for me, uh 793rd, that's one of the reasons why I say, like, you know, his mental health, you know what I'm saying? Like he's clearly, I guess that to a certain degree is me giving him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? Like you clearly done some stuff that's off the wall in this situation. But yeah, that part right there, 793rd, that had me a little bit like, wait a minute, you know, if this is how you seen what happened, it seemed like you know, you went a little bit overboard. But all right, y'all, I finished my little snack now. Get ready to go, take it down. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got the link in the what's the name. You know what I'm saying? And I catch y'all tomorrow at, of course, 7 o'clock, or today at 7 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? When it's class time, civilization class, and we'll get back into the action. Peace.